Ma'am,
Yes.
regarding yesterday's class, ma'am, I have gone through the materials, ma'am. I could not understand something called synaptics and operations research and decision making, ma'am.
Okay.
Ma'am, can you please explain about it when you have time to in today's class, ma'am?
We'll see whatever you have
There is
now.
one more thing. I didn't get my materials. So when will I receive my materials? I need clarification on that.
Okay, now actually for all clarifications regarding this ID card and study materials, we will do that later once the class is over, right? Now we will get into the class. Okay, right. Yesterday we have started with one case study and I asked you to go through that and come with some recommendations and suggestions. Hope you would have thought about that. Before getting into today's session, I think we can do that. Okay. So yesterday the case study was about decision making, right? Once again. Okay. Are you able to hear me? You can chat through the chat box, right? If I ask any questions regarding that, anyone can give the answer through the chat box, not through mic, right? Okay. So yesterday's case study was about decision making, right? So the case, I'll give you a small recap of what the case we have given. It is about you are a production head in a factory, manufacturing factory, and one particular batch of nuts and bolts have come with minimal crack, a minute crack which was not visible to the naked eye, was found out by the quality section. And what happens, it comes to your table and it is now your decision to make whether you are going to approve the sales of these nuts and bolts or not. This is the question, right? So how you will be attending this case study? This is what I asked you yesterday. So if anyone has thought about, first I would like to know the first step, what you will do to make the decision. Anyone can type in. So let us see that the participation is there. And please in the chat box, don't chat among yourselves. This is only for the classroom. So if I ask any question, you can answer for that. If I continuously see that you are chatting among yourself, then there is no other go. We will be closing the chat box and it will be one way only. What I will be speaking and you have to hear. There will be no chance of conversational classroom. So I would request once again, need not chat about your particular study materials or other things. We will discuss that later. Now let us concentrate on the case study, how to do that. Very good. I got one answer. First, I will investigate where all these nuts and bolts will be used. That you need not investigate actually because you are the production head in the company. So you know where all the things are going to be sold and who are the customers, right? I will pause it for the sales. Hold on, I'll read one thing. I'll pause it for the sales as it is minute crack and cannot be visible through naked eyes. Okay. Another one, see, actually, you have come to the conclusion whether it has to be passed out or not. I asked what would be the first step to do the decision making because it is a critical situation. What would be the first step you will be doing? Okay, one has told that you will find the root cause of the mistake and for that. Okay, that is for the future purpose. Okay, right? Very good. It is mandatory to maintain the quality of the organization. So none of you are getting the first step. To the decision making. Yesterday we have seen the theory of decision making. So I'm asking you, what would be the first step? All of you are giving me the decision, pass for sales or not. See, first step is to identify the problem. That's what yesterday we have seen. You have to identify the problem. Here, what is the problem? The quality of the nuts and bolt is a problem, or whether you are going to approve it and the future reputation of the company is in question is a problem. All these things are to be considered. Okay. Now the chat can be stopped because I have told you the answer. Now we'll go to the next one. Very good. Identify the problem. Someone has given. Oh, okay. So this is a problem to be identified. What are you going to do with that? Whether if you approve it, what would be the consequences of the decision you are making, right? So this is identification of the problem. Now you have to see the factors. What are all the factors involved in that? Like say in this question, you have to see the future consequence as the observation factors. You can take it as reputation of the company, loss of the company, consequences of the company, loyalty, and the consumer loss of the company. All these things can be taken as a factors to be analyzed to arrive at a decision, right? Workability of the bolts and nuts after sale. Very good. That is one factor. Like this, you have to take out the factors to rate. Yesterday we have seen that you have to give ranking to those factors. Now, slowly you have to work on that. What if you approve the nuts? What would be the consequences? And you can convert it into rating, weighting, or you can make it into even based on the cost. For example, if I am approving, okay, for this batch, I may not have the loss, but the opportunity cost that I'm going to incur after approving this may be very huge than this loss. That you have to calculate. For example, this I am selling to a client, and that client has come to know that there is a crack and they may cancel the contract with us. What would be the cost incurred for that? So these things are taken into the account. When you give rating, ranking to all these points, it will come to a conclusion. You can find out that which one would be better, whether losing this nuts and bolts or coming to the client problem. But another big question here is, if you disapprove because based on this one opportunity cost and you don't want to lose your company's name, right? Now we are into analysis actually. So what you will be doing, you will be rejecting this, but your company will not leave you, right? Once you accept that there is a mistake in this nuts and bolts batch, what will happen? There will be a investigation, right? And if it is found that it is your responsibility, then you may be fired. Now, as a manager, you cannot be writing, see, now you are answering very coolly because you are not going to get fired in real time world, right? So as observers, as a person into that role, we can say, but if we are in that position, then the big question comes that whether I am ready to lose my job or not, right? So here is the emotional part coming into the role. So whether you are going to decide on accepting your mistake or just approve the nuts and bolts, that is another question in the real time world. For examination sake, you can write up to this. What you have done is right. If I ask this question in the examination, what you have done is exactly right. You have to check the level. And one has given Jay Bharati B has given a nice answer. We have to check the level of crack in the product and then check whether, 1 second, I'll read it out. Check whether they can repair by filling cracks. No, it's not possible. Product or heat treatment, then test the quality of the product. It is up to the grade of our brand. We can sell it under the brand name. Otherwise, we can sell it locally to a third party without the brand name for a lower profit margin. Very good, right? Okay, all these things I accept, right? But in the real time world, okay, for examination view, this is very good. So you can come to the conclusion. Actually, today I have slides on how to attend to the case study. I think better we will finish up as we have started that. We will finish that and I'll come back again, right? I'll go to that one. Hold on. Yes. See, these are the 4 steps usually for any case study you have to follow. So for the examination point of view, I'm saying now, first one is you have to write the subtitle as identification of the surface problem and real problem. 2 paragraphs you have to write, right? Surface problem is what that presents in your face. When you are reading a case, whatever comes to your mind first, surface problem. Easily you can identify that. But the second one, you have to find out the real problem underneath the surface. What is a real problem in the case? In many cases, you can see that what you see on the surface will not be a problem at all. It can be easily solved, but the real problem will be underlying it. So it is up to you. If you read the subject properly and depthly, you can find out what would be the real problem. The second step would be analysis. This is your area. See, right, when you are writing the first paragraph, don't be too lengthy, right? It should be short and crisp. A surface problem should be of 3-4 lines, and real problem can be of 1 paragraph at the most. That's all. Don't write too much of problems. We need only one problem as surface and real, right? Then analysis your play area. Whatever you have learned, whatever you are considering on the case study, you can write. I'll give you a clue how to do the analysis. When you are reading the case study, have your pencil ready, and first time you give a fast read. Second time again you read the case study and start underlining the keywords or whichever attracts you, right? Make that. Then while writing the analysis, go through the case study again, and you can apply the theory, whatever you have studied, to that analysis and write based on the theory. Most of the time, what is a problem in case study writing by your DDE students is, you write with your experience, like an English essay. We don't want that. Actually, case study is to analyze based on the subject you are writing. The same case can be given to a finance examination or management concepts or even psychological exam, right? So based on the particular day's exam, whichever you're writing, you wear that perception glass. You attack that problem. If it is a financial subject, you see it as it is a financial problem. If it is a management subject, you see according to that. If it is a HRM, then you have to see through that way. Are you able to understand? Attack the problem on that particular subject. So analysis, whatever you are writing, should be based on the theories that day you are writing the examination. That is how you can analyze the case. So analysis can be of 3 to 4 pages even. It is up to you. Whatever you have studied, how you are able to apply those theories into the case, you imbibe that, weave that and write. Okay. So analysis can be having many subheadings and you can write. As like in this nut and bolt case, what we have done, analysis can be of, see what the consequence, the observations, the factors, the values added to that. All these things can be written as subheadings in this analysis. Now we come to the recommendations and suggestions session, right? In that one, it can be bullet points. Most probably if you write as bullet points or numbered sequence, it would be more better. Say for example, you can give up to 10 recommendations or suggestions. But these need not be practical or these need not be the final one. So you can write, your imagination is fronted for that. Sky is a limit. You can write as many recommendations you want, but let it be sensible. Don't write too much. For example, once we asked about waste management. What would be you doing with the waste of your factory? Even you can write that I will hire a rocket and put it in the moon. But whether it is feasible or whether it is possible, better not to write like this, right? Okay, so have some sensible recommendations and suggestions. So it can be numbered. The last paragraph is a conclusion. Whatever you have written in the recommendations and suggestions, out of that, find one which would be most feasible. And in that conclusion paragraph, justify that. You write one conclusion and justify that with the help of theory. Write some theory. And it can be, you can say that I prefer, I assume, I think this would be the best conclusion. Remember one thing, any case study don't have a finite answer. A particular answer nobody has. Because every case is different, every individual is different. What I think may not be the same thing you are thinking in your mind. So everyone has their own kind of experiences and thinking. We have seen yesterday itself, every decision is based on your past experience. So how experienced and we are and whether we have experienced the same problem, the solution is based on that. So any case study don't have a definite solution. So don't worry about that whether you are writing the correct answer or not. There is no answer. There is only a better solution. So among those suggestions you have given, take one which you think is the most fitting to that particular case study and try to justify that, right? Justification should be again sensible. If you are able to do these 4 steps, it need not be always SWOT analysis even in the analysis. You need not do that. Just analysis is even enough. If you are able to do this properly, all these 4 steps, you can easily get more than 10 marks in the case study. Again, I would request you, never skip the case study in any of your examinations, because it is a mandatory question for 20 marks. And if you are not writing the case study, you are writing only for 80 marks. Then out of the 80 marks, getting 50 marks to pass would be more difficult. So never skip the case study, and don't worry if you are not able to know the answer, because there is no answer. However, whatever you have studied in that, you can write. Okay, right. We come back to our case study now. So in this nuts and bolts, every one of you have given very nice answers. Some of you said that you can even sell in the other platform or market. And some of you told I will reject, and some of you said, yes, I will approve. Very good. So both the answers are right based on how you have analyzed the problem, whether you want to keep your job or whether you want to keep your reputation of the company. Many justifications may be there. So you are writing a conclusion to the case study. Now we come to the real time world, but not in the examination chair. You are in the chair of the manager. I will ask you once again a question to think over. You have approved the nuts and bolts, right? And you don't know which lorry or which car is using those for fixing the tires. You have sold it in the market. And your family is coming in a car in that road, whereas in the opposite direction, a lorry with your nuts and bolts is coming. Whether it is going to break, we don't know. In this situation, if you are able to imagine the situation as a manager, what will you do? Again, this will be a thinkable question. So what is my point is here? Yesterday, we saw that every person's decision is based on that particular situation he is in, that particular intuition and the emotions he is having on that particular day. So decision making is based on all these things. If you can imagine this vision, that a car with your family and a lorry with your nuts and bolts, now it will be a very big question, dilemma, that whether you are going to approve it or reject it, right? So every decision has a long way to go. And what I would say is, when you are becoming a real-time manager, have a good way of practicing a cool mind to take a decision. Whenever you are in the crisis, better to cool it off and take a decision and have the consequences. There are so many, still see, because of the time constraint, we are not able to see all the methods of decision making. As one student also asked today, there are so many methods, scientific ways of decision making. If time permits, we will even see that later. Okay. Okay, we come back to today's session. Right, let us go to the first slide. Okay. Today we will be actually, with this session, I am planning to conclude management concepts, and in the next session we will be entering into organizational behavior. So let us hurry and finish this one. So we are concluding this management concepts with the new trends in the world, how it is affecting the business concepts. Actually, this is also not exhaustive. You know, every year for this chapter, I am updating the PPT or the points, because every year the total way of conducting the business is getting changed. The face of the management is getting changed. Not only in one place, it is all throughout the universe. Every country has to go through this change, and because of this, the business culture is also getting changed. The organization culture is once again a very good, important and interesting chapter. We will see that in the later sessions, right? So first, let us see what would be the trend now. These emerging trends are based upon the external and internal environment foremostly, but external environment is the one which is affecting the most. For that, I would like to say, see, external environment is nothing but whatever is directly facing the business. There is one quote, you know, cockroach is the most surviving species, if you see. They would say, because cockroach is not that much powerful like a lion or leopard, or it is not so brilliant like human. But even the biggest thing, dinosaur, got eradicated, extinct. But cockroach is able to survive after millions of years and after a lot of tsunamis and volcano eruptions. How is it possible? That is why they say that survival is most possible for those who adapt to the change. When there is a change in external environment, whichever species is able to adapt to the change, is the surviving the most. So the same goes for the business too. A business which has to sustain itself in the market means that they should be susceptible, adapting the changes immediately wherever. And those who will be the leaders in the market, you know, who are they? Those who are able to predict the changes in the market. Those who see, a visionary who sees that there is going to be a change in the market and making his business ready to accept the challenges of change. He is the one who leads the market. So this is how the trends are getting emerged in everyday business actually. And I have given you small points like what are the direct things that is getting affected, like new entrants with new technology into new players in the market, or the customer's loyalty. Immediately you can see that every time there is a new product, the loyalty will be polling towards that one. And the power of suppliers, negotiations and substitutes, where you are getting the new substitute in the market. And we know the last point, ever changing market, and the consumer's mind and the market is changing in the globalized economy. After the gates are open for all the countries, when we have easy imports and exports, when it started some few decades ago, the entire business concept has been changed because of that, because globe has become a single market. You cannot make it into a separate one as it was previously. Local production, local consumption concept was long gone when the globalization started in the world. Now we can see that slowly it is entering into the world again. Let us see one by one. The recent trends, let us leave whatever you know. So because of time, if you have any doubts, you just put it in the chat box. We'll see that once again. Okay. So the recent one is called as flexi work, right? That is flexible work. That is what a short term for that, flexi work. It is of various dimensions. Flexi time, because of before Corona itself, this flexi time has come into trend. Like see, whenever you have time, you can work. It is not about exactly that 9:30 to 5:30 office job is no more done. It is actually, this was for practice for long time in agricultural occupation. If you see, it is not a particular time. Whenever the sun is not at the peak, people will come for work and go early. And this is now followed in the official industries also. So flexible time is used. Whenever you are able to work, you are allowed to work. The same way, flexible place. What would be the flexible, comfortable place for you to work? Obviously, you will say your home. You can sit at your own bed and you can work whenever you have time there. So flexible place is also available. Where you want to sit and work, you can work. The same way, flexible wages. Wages, how it is employed, you know, like, see, this is recently was highly successful in the transport industry. For example, a consignment has to be delivered from Tamil Nadu to Punjab. It is a long way, right? Usually what it is done, you will be hiring a driver and he will be, he has to take the consignment long way to the Punjab. But now what happens? He can have one or more drivers in his place, and it is his responsibility to deliver the consignment in Punjab. But your wages will be same to him. It is up to him whether he can have his own or other people also involved in the driving. So he can deliver that in Bangalore, then another one person will take again to north, further north, like that it can be moved towards Punjab. So even the wages are flexible. How much time I am working, how many kilometers I am traveling, it can be paid. Then it is divided to the other person. So again, there is another one method in this one, you know, nowadays in Europe, this is very highly trending, 4 days work week. That means, see, nowadays, now what is the present timing? You will be working 8 hours a day for 5 days a week. That means 40 hours per week, right? Instead of 8 hours, what they do, 10 hours per day for 4 days a week. Again, you get 40 hours per week. But you get Friday, Saturday and Sunday as holiday. So this is called as 4 days per week working space. So this is again a flexible scheme, but you will be paying the same wages. Another one model is, see, you are ready to pay 50,000 rupees for 20 working days for a person. It is up to him. He can opt that I will come only 10 days a month and you give me 25,000. So this is also again one flexible method. So for these remaining 10 days of the month, another person can be engaged and they both will be sharing the work. Totally, you will be paying the same wages to both of them. So like this, a lot of flexibility has been started has been implemented in the workplace. All these things, yesterday again I told you another one thing in the session, that this is the best era, this is the best phase for the employees, where we enjoy a lot as workers, as staff. So all this flexibility is even possible because of the changing trend in the management, that employee welfare stands first. Alignment of individual goals along with the organizational goals. That is a major change that has come to the mind of the capitalist, and that's how this has been slowly evolving. Why I'm emphasizing on this is, if this is 2 decades ago, some 20 years ago, none of this can be even dreamed of, because whether the work is done, whether the work they are working or not, the presence of the employees was the most important one in the workplace. Presence, they should be present there. Whether they have work or not, they have to sit. Then only they'll be earning the salary. But now the trend has changed, that output is more important than the presence. Whether they are present or not, whether they are able to give you the result, output is there, that is enough. That kind of mindset has entered into the concepts now. And again, the last one is hybrid workplace. Workplace you can have, see, one day I would like to work in my workplace. Yes, right. Next day I can work from home. Right. That is also available. It's called hybrid workplace. Any place you can work. Then another one important trend that has been in this one is this. We call it as work-life balance or quality of the work life. I'll explain you slowly. That is, emotional health and intelligence of the employee has taken the front seat now. Why it is so? There is one chapter I told you about that, performance management. See, what is that performance management? When an employee is able to do the work at his best, the output of the company is very good. The productivity goes higher. Who will be the benefiter of this one? Who will be the beneficiary? Obviously, the company. If the organization has to keep its productivity at the highest, and it has to get the benefits of the employees who are employed for the organization, then it becomes a responsibility of the organization to keep the employees at their most peak of the workforce. How this is possible? Again, I told you yesterday, along the 4M, men is totally different, because a machine don't have emotions. See, today morning I'm very happy, I'll work nicely. Tomorrow morning I had a fight with my spouse in the house. So what happens? I will not be working today properly. So every day the emotion of the individuals change. So that affects the productivity in the workplace. And the emotion also affects the intelligence of the person. We call that as emotional quotient also, EQ, like IQ. EQ is very important like IQ for the performance in an organization. So how to improve or make the balance of this? This has taken the front seat now. There are so many new trends are emerging, like see, you are allowing your employees to go for a vacation, playing soothful music on the workplace, giving them a gym, or training them with yoga, having meditational sessions, giving a crush in the organization so that they can leave the child infants in the crush itself, so that the female employees may not feel the stress of leaving the child at home. All these things are done to keep up the emotional health and intelligence of the employees in the workplace. Why this has getting so much importance now? Because as I told you, a mindful employee and emotionally well-being employee is worth more for the organization. So the psychological safety of employees has become important. What is the psychological safety? You can see this mind burnout has become a very crisis in the IT sector in the recent decades. You can see that two kinds of ailments there. One is many employees are having heart-related ailments, and then psychological ailments. And it has reached to that extent that in Japan, the suicide rate is getting higher and higher because of the workplace pressure. Not only in Japan, you can see that even the aging is very fast in the IT sector in countries like India. So this is what we call about psychological well-being. When the work is too much, work pressure is too much because of the targets, particularly in IT sector, I would again say, because IT sector is the one which is taking thousands of people for its work in one place. So the psychological safety of the employees is very important, not only for the individuals, but also as the organization to keep up the balance in the organization. Right. The next one is like workplace harmony. How this emotional health affects the workplace harmony. What is workplace harmony first? See, if you have to attain a goal, we say that everybody has to work together in a place, and that is called the organization. When we have to work together, this harmony of the place is important. What is harmony actually? You can say, if you imagine a music band, right? Harmonica. When everybody has to play together, you will get a nice music. Everyone is playing on their own, it will be noise, not music. So that is what we call as harmonious place. So your place also should be harmonious, because this is, all of them are working towards one goal only. We have to attach that goal. So a harmony in the workplace can be maintained only if the emotional health of the employees are kept on balance. Then employee engagement. This is another one term that has come into use in recent trends. Engagement is, see, whether you are having the satisfaction in the job or not is very important for the productivity. Yesterday I told you another one thing, placement, right? When a person is selected for a particular job, he has to be placed properly. Whether he will be interested to do that work or not is important, as important as whether he is eligible to do that work, right? Are you able to see the difference? You can select a person who is eligible, an engineer you want, okay, one who has finished the engineering course can be eligible for that. But whether he will be engaged to that job, that would be the question, right? That is what we call as employee engagement. Unless a person gets engaged to his job, loves his job, feels happy to come to the workplace in the morning, that would be the symptom you can note. If you want to see your engagement level, check this. Tomorrow morning when you get up, Monday morning, whether you want to go to the office, if you are feeling happy to go to the workplace, that means you have engagement with your job. But if you are feeling that, oh, I have to go to the job today, that means you are not engaged, right? The satisfaction level is very low. Every employee of your organization, if you are a manager, should feel that engagement towards the job. That is very important for the productivity. So this has been understood by the organizations now in the latest trends, and they are trying to make the engagement. I have seen one, I have witnessed one, there is one government manufacturing unit in Chennai, Manali. And there was one Nepali who was taken as a guard. This was some years ago. He was taken as a Gurkha, as a security to that company. And during nights, he will be guarding the gate. And during the daytime, he will be planting a lot of trees in around the company. And Manali is such a deserted place. You can see a lot of factories, pollution, and no greeneries will be there. So what he did, he started planting trees on the around the ground in the factory. When the MD was, the CEO was going along the gates, he used to see this Nepali working with a small dress, and he was working on the grounds. So one day he asked his security head, and what is he doing? He said at nights he got the gate, and during the days he is making these gardens. So what that CEO did, he just placed him in the gardens section itself. There is no garden section in the company. He created one, and he made that person as a gardener. And what is the result, that particular place has become like a forest, so much of greenery. So this is called engagement. If you wrongly place a person, it will not be of any use to the company. But if you are able to find out what is his interest and you are placing him in the right place, what will be the result? Both of you will be benefited, the company as well as the person. So this is how the employee engagement has become an important trend in the recent days. Again, the next one. Workplace equality. Workplace equality is, this is what we are struggling for all these years after the independence in India, but everywhere in the country. You need not worry that India is the one place where discriminations are there. No. All over the world, you can see discriminations are taken place in the society, as business is a part of society, in the organization also. So workplace equality is another one trend which we are trying to bring in to the companies also. It is about religions, caste, creed, race, color, all these things has to be, eradicated from the workplace. Whether we have achieved or not, I cannot comment on that. But the trend is so, workplace equality is taking a higher place nowadays. Then the next one, mindfulness. What is mindfulness? Keeping your employees, or if you are an employee yourself, if you are a staff yourself, keeping yourself in the presence. That is what we call as mindfulness. Why this is important? If you are attending a meeting, how many times you feel that leave the meeting? Now all of you are attending the class. You ask yourself a question. Are you mindful in the class? Are you having your entire presence, awareness towards this class or not? It's a very simple question. You can see that more than 50%, I am sure that will say you are not present here. You may be listening to me, right? Understand the question properly. My voice will be reaching to you. You may be here. But are you able to interpret what I am saying? Are you understanding what I am saying? That is a question. If you are able to follow, if you are able to understand, that is what we call as mindfulness, keeping yourself aware to the presence. This is important in the workplace, you know, if not all the 8 hours, at least 4 hours, if your employees are mindful in their job, your productivity will be soaring. Actually, it will be going higher and higher. So this mindfulness is another one trend which we are able to bring into the workplace. How this has to be brought? There are so many techniques. How you have to understand the mindfulness of the employees and how you have to bring. There are techniques in the HRM we will be studying in further detailing matter. Okay. The next one, quality of work life. This is another interesting trend that has been brought. You know, how to understand this. See, now this generation, I am very happy to see that the next generation, now the present generation, is highly understanding this even without studying this theory, quality of work life. For my generation or my previous generation and all, this has been a dream. We don't, first of all, understand what this is. What is this? I'll ask a simple question. Why we have to come for work? Why all of us are working? To earn. Why we have to earn? To have lead a peaceful family where we have all those security, food and other things, right? Social status, all these answers can be given. But where are we spending this life, so-called life? We say that we are spending the money for the life. Where is the so-called life is present? You think just for 2 minutes and tell me. How you can define this? Where is your life? We start working by say 20 years, right? And we retire by 60 or 65. So all these prime time of our life, this is called the prime time, okay? Because you have the vigor, you have the power, all this. And in these years, what would be the prime time of a day? Morning, when you wake up, you will be feeling full energy till evening. Evening, we feel exhausted. Once the sun goes down, then we feel exhausted and tired. We need to sleep. So the prime time is when the sun is up. So in the prime time of a day, prime time of your life, prime years of your life, where we spend at the workplace. Whether it is fortunate or unfortunate, we don't know. But we spend most of our life, prime time of our life, into the place called work. And paradoxically, we say the purpose of working is to have a meaningful life, right? So how to balance this? So what do we do? Okay, you have a life at the workplace itself. Are you able to understand? Don't think that you are toiling in the workplace. If you can feel yourself happy and alive in the workplace, that means at least you are having a life which for you are working. So that is what we mean by quality of the work life. Work life is a life we are having the most. So let us have that work life as a qualitative one. How to do that? It becomes a responsibility of the organization also to keep the quality of the work life of the individual staff who are working in that organization. How this can be done? There are again so many trends and technicalities, like you can make the workplace vibrant, colorful, soothful, a lot of greeneries and good people, good teams. You can make the teams which you like into. So these kind of techniques can work in making the work life a qualitative one. The same thing is the next term, work-life balance. How this is the responsibility of the individual. The first one is responsibility of the organization. Work-life balance is responsibility of the individual. So a person, if you want to, as I ask the questions again, if you want to lead the life and that is why you are working, then you should be able to have the balance between the work and life. right? And this is why I told the other trend, like 4 days per week and vacation years, all these are getting into Europe and US. All these trends are already has been started working, like so that you will have more life, like the work life, your personal life. So if you can work for 4 days and you can have the personal life for 3 days, that is a perfect balance, you can say. And the next one is workplace transparency. This is another one good thing that has emerged in recent trends. Transparency in the workplace. Like, see, for example, you are going for a tender or the decisions whether made by the organization is ethical or not. All these things are transparently given to the employees and all the stakeholders, not only for the employees. The stakeholders can see what is happening in the organization. This is one important trend that has come into this place. Again, some more trends I have written. All these things now in this slide, most of the things you know by yourself. Like digitalized markets, we are in that. You know, whatever it is, we buy more online than going to the real market. So the markets are getting digitalized. Online platform has taken over, and the business are changing accordingly to match with this online. Like, see, for example, hybrid markets have come because of online markets are so much. What the real shops, real markets are doing, they sell on the counter also, as well as they have started to send online. Are you able to understand? So this is how the concepts are getting changed. Only pure digitalized, pure markets are hybrid modes. And the second one is social media influence. You can say that getting viral is the important thing. Whatever you do, it has to be told to the world. I don't know what is the importance in it still. Till now, I'm not able to understand. But still, this influence has become an important trend. And there are now social media influencers who are individuals or organizations who can influence a group to buy or not to buy, to participate or not to participate. So these businesses are getting affected by the social media influence also. Affected as well as affected, both ways. And youth participation. This is one because of the digitalization. This business is getting more participation from the younger generation now. Even those who are not of age are also getting into the business of not only as managers, in many as a stakeholder, you can say. And gender equality is another one thing. After all these years, after all these hundreds of years, till whether it is achieved, I cannot say. But gender equality is thriving. We are just striving to go to it, to achieve that. But still you can see this is not achieved in, let us take one factor like remuneration. Gender equality is at the most at its bad when it comes to remuneration. Like women will get one pay and men will get more pay. This is the trend for all these years. Now in white collar jobs and the industries offices, you can see it is more or less equal. But it is not yet achieved in the lower level jobs like constructions or other mills or textile, whereas these lower level jobs are involved, the gender equality is yet to be achieved. So it is another one trend in offices, at least, that equality is getting focused on. I would say it is getting the focus. And upskilling, this is another one thing. Slowly the organizations are understanding the importance of training their employees so that they also will give more productivity. So we call it as upskilling. You have to continuously learn and make your skills upgraded. And social purpose. This is another one thing which is at least on the paper, I would say. Every business is accepting that they should have a social purpose. It is not only for the person who is running the business. It has some holistic purpose above that. Okay. So this is all about the emerging trends. What are all are evolving in the business world and how this is affecting the business concepts and conduct of business. So far we have studied in theory. So slowly the theory also has to be changed. How you have to treat your employees is totally getting changed. How you have to treat the society, totally getting changed. How you have to remunerate, totally getting changed. All these things are facing, or I'll say evolving every day, right? Because it is to the betterment. It is not going backwards. So we are happy that it is evolving, right? Okay, we come to the last one chapter, structures. All these what we have seen are adaptive structures now. Okay, what is mechanistic? Mechanistic is which is defined, well defined. It will not change. Still we can see some industries which are mechanistic, whereas The new age industries like IT industries and BPO industries, all these are adaptive structures where you can see that it is very flexible. Rules and regulations itself will be flexible. And the same way, what is formal and informal organization? A formal organization is where you have structured individuals. You know, he is an officer, he is an executive, and that way he has assigned a job. He has a position, designated place, and he know what to do, and he will be doing that job. He knows where to communicate, what to communicate, and how to communicate. But this informal organization break all these barriers. It is not an organization at all. It is informally formed. See, in a canteen, if you say, when you go to a canteen, what happens? You talk with the other department person, you talk with your boss, you talk with your subordinate, but most of the time you will be talking about the organization, right? And if you want to do something, if this informal organization wants, they can do anything. That is actually, they are very powerful. So they don't have to follow any hierarchy, or there is no structure at all. If you want to understand this easily, you can see where in big offices, you can say a attender or a peon will be very powerful because he will be having task apart from his job, which is assigned by his boss or his friend, or you can say in the canteen his friend. Like, these informal organizations are to be checked in. Why we have to study about that? If you are a manager, you are supposed to have an eye on this informal organization, how they are working, who are all are getting into the team, how they are following the orders of whom. No hierarchy is followed. That is the beauty of these informal organizations. And why I told you, if you are a manager, you have to take care of this. This grapevine communication is at its best in informal organization. So if the communication has to be monitored, informal organizations forming has to be monitored. So with that, we finish all those things in the management concepts up to we try to justify that. Okay. So before a case study, I have explained to you already. I brought another one case study, but I don't know whether we have time. So I'll just narrate it at a brief. This is one about, I'll give you the brief, and again we can consider in the next session. Okay. There was one time the Intel, the Intel chip is in every laptop and computer, right? Once the Intel has sold a lot of chips and it was working finely. It comes out after a lot of trial and error only. But what happened? One scientist, while working, found out that up to some 15 decimal point or 0.000001%, it was a small mathematical error has occurred. So he has revealed it in the paper that there is a small error, very, very minimal bug it is. So as I told you, for normal calculations or normal findings, there will be no problem at all. It is for rocket science. If you are going to send a rocket, then there will be a small mathematical problem with this particular chip, right? So it has become a high problem for the company. What to do with that? Okay. So they have shipped all over the world. The pieces, the chips are in the computers all over the world. So what they are going to do? I have given you two options. Whether they are going to recall, however, they are going for a new version. They are going to buy, bring another one version. But what, as a manager of that company, what the Intel had done is really a good case. So we will see what they have done in the next session. I will explain to you that. Okay. And before winding up, I have two announcements to do. One is, most of you have asked about your study materials. Don't worry, the study materials are sent course by course, right? So some of the courses might have received, and one or two courses like HRM is pending, and other courses it might be on the way. So you have to wait till you receive the study materials. Until then, you can see the soft copy available in the website. DD website have all the books soft copy in that. So you can refer to that. And moreover, if you want to become a good manager, I would suggest that go for other books also, reference books also, right? That is one thing. The same with ID card. Because of the verification process of some of you have not done properly, the ID card is also getting delayed, and most of you might have received. Only a few of you will be receiving it in this week. It is also ready, right? So don't get panic. Some of your friends have got. We send it course by course. That is why it will. Some of you may not have received, right? Okay. So with that, as the time is over, I'll wind up. We have one more session today. So we will meet in that session. Okay. Right. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. This is Sendhil. I believe I am audible. So before starting my presentation, let me share the screen. Whether my screen is visible? The slides. Kindly hold on. I will. On பண்ணிருக்கேன். So slides visible இருக்குல்ல மேடம்? Okay, fine. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Sure. Okay, thank you. Well, friends, so let us continue the session on managerial economics. So quickly, I will present what we have discussed in the yesterday's class. I'm sure there were some technical snag in yesterday's class. So I will quickly present what we have discussed in yesterday's class. So we started with the difference between needs and wants, then what is economics, then how the scarce resources are allocated within an economy. Then we distinguish between two subject, economics and managerial economics. As I already told that managerial economics is a part of economics and it is well integrated with other disciplines. Then a couple of definitions given by eminent personalities that have been discussed. The message from the definition is that managerial economics is the application of economic theories and principles to make some business-oriented decisions, right? Then nature of managerial economics were also discussed in yesterday's class. Then I also discussed about the the circular flow of economic activity through the chart that is being presented at the right panel of this slide. Then a firm, which is one of the economic agent of the one of the economic agent within an economy. Its nature has been discussed, and we also discussed about the different objectives of the firm. And then I started the next lesson, which is on demand analysis. In that, what is demand, then what is law of demand, and what do you mean by demand schedule, then what is demand curve. So these things have been discussed in yesterday's class. And to further add, I was telling about the difference between shift in demand and extension or contraction in demand. So again, I'm telling the key message from this. Shift in demand means the entire curve gets shifted either rightward or leftward or upward or downward, or it will show an increase or decrease in the demand. Whereas extension or contraction, you can see the change in the demand curve itself. So this happens only due to change in the price, whereas shift in demand occurs if there is any change in the factors apart from prices. Then I have briefly informed the house regarding the demand function. So demand function shows the relationship between the determinants of demand with respect to the quantity demanded for a particular good. Then after that, I also highlighted about the determinants of demand. That is, what are the different factors that affect the demand. Okay. So in today's class, I'll be continuing with the lecture on demand. So in today's class, I'll be telling about the different types of demand. Okay. So first, let us distinguish between direct demand and indirect demand. So direct demand, for example, if you take an example, fabric, right? So fabric, so we have a direct demand for that. So whatever, whether it's a shirt or pant or saree, whatever. So it has a direct demand. But for manufacturing fabric, we need cotton, right? So in that case, the particular commodity cotton is called as indirect demand, because the demand for cotton is derived from the demand for fabric. Okay, so that's the distinguish difference between direct demand and indirect demand. Next type is derived demand and autonomous demand. For example, if you take petrol is demanded due to the demand for cars. Okay, so if you have a car, obviously you need petrol to run the car. So obviously that's an example for derived demand. That is, demand for petrol is derived from demand for car. Then autonomous demand is something like a standalone demand for a particular commodity. Mobile is an example. Then we have durable demand, then non-durable demand. So durable demand, generally it is used for durable goods like TV, which can be used more than once, whereas non-durable goods demand can be fitted for a commodity which is having single use. For example, Band-Aid. That's an example for non-durable goods demand. Then we have a firm demand, then against the industry demand. For example, a particular brand soap, maybe Dove or L'Oreal or whatever. So that's an example for the firm demand. Whereas industry demand is something like a commodity from which several brands can be made. For an example for industry demand is steel, right? And again, remember that a group of firm is called as industry. Then we have total market demand and market segment demand. An example for total market demand is demand for pencil. So pencil is a very generic. Okay, so in that case you can call it as total market demand. And if you are considering a commodity like a pencil in this case, the demand for pencil for kids. Okay, so maybe like a pencil made of different colors. So in that case you can say that it is a market segment demand. So you are dividing the market for a particular segment, that is for kids. So in that case, you can call it as market segment demand. Then we have short run demand and long run demand. So short run means it's a a very less time period, whereas long run means it has a relatively a longer period in comparison to the short run. Then we have joint demand and composite demand. Joint demand means demand for two or more commodities that are being used together. For example, car and petrol. You cannot use car without petrol. So that's an example for joint demand. The other one is composite demand. Composite demand, that is a commodity which can be used for several uses. Example is steel. From steel you can make different commodities. So that's an example for composite demand. And apart from that, we have a very specific type of demand, that is price demand, income demand, and cross demand. So I will be explaining these in detail in the subsequent slides. Now let's move to the concept of market demand. So initially we started with demand. Okay, so demand means the ability or willingness of a consumer to buy a commodity at a particular point at a particular period of time. So it means that demand means it implies it is for a particular commodity and for a particular consumer. Whereas market demand means it is a horizontal summation of the demand curve for all the consumers in a market. If you take a market, there will be multiple commodities, multiple consumers. So take a specific commodity and you derive the demand curve for multiple consumers. That is what's given in the chart. You can see at the right side of this slide. So first panel shows the demand curve for A, and the second panel shows the demand curve for B. So adding both these, okay, demand curve for A and demand curve for B. So you can just sum it up. That can be done, by pooling all the quantities for a particular price. Then in that case, it is called as market demand curve. So the message here is market demand means it is a horizontal summation. So that's a keyword, horizontal summation of the demand curves for all the consumers in the market. So kindly recall the nature of demand curve that was discussed in yesterday's class. The demand curve shows the relationship between quantity demanded and the price of the commodity. So obviously, as per the law of demand, as price increases, quantity demanded will fall. So in that case, you have an inverse relationship. Okay, so you can see the inverse relationship even in this curve. That is, at higher price, less quantity is demanded. That is, at 4 rupees, only one quantity is demanded. In case if the price is 1 rupee, then in that case 4 units are demanded. Okay, so it means that there is an inverse relationship between quantity demanded and price. But there are some exceptions, right? That exceptions are given in this slide. So I'll be telling briefly one by one. The first one is the Giffen good. So this was identified by Professor Robert Giffen from Ireland. So Giffen observed a specific or a special type of inferior good, which is applicable for potato in Ireland. So here what Giffen identified is that during the Irish famine, so that led to a disease in potato. So because of that, potato production has almost, it came to zero level. So because of that, what happened? The price has increased enormously, and people started to buy more potato, even if the price was at higher level. That is, they shifted from meat consumption to potato consumption because they were used to that. So this is one exception for the demand curve. That is, despite increased price for potato, demand also increased. Okay, in that case, you can see the positive relationship. That is, the demand curve will be demand curve will be looking like this, right? At higher price, high quantity will be demanded. This is the quantity demanded, and this one is the price. Okay. So next exception is conspicuous consumption or a Veblen effect. So this was propounded by Professor Thorsten Veblen. Used diamond as an example, explain this exception for the demand curve. So diamonds, you know that it's a precious stone. So as the price increases, obviously the demand for diamonds also increases. So this is one example under the exceptional demand curve. Next one is the conspicuous necessities. For example, this generation, they used to buy smartphones because of the changing lifestyle. So even if the prices of a smartphone is high, the demand also is increasing. In that case, you can see the positive relationship between price and quantity demanded. The next one is the ignorance. Sometimes people are attributed to certain brands like Mac or you can say Dell or whatever. So that is one case you can see exceptional, even if the price of those commodities increases, but the demand also, correspondingly increase. Then emergencies. For example, if you take in the past 2 years, the demand for sanitizers was enormous. Even if the prices are high at a higher level, but the demand also didn't witness any fall. So it equivalently you might have experienced the rising demand for sanitizer even if the price levels are high. So this is an example for the exceptional demand curve at emergency situation. The next one is the future change in prices. You can take stock market as an example. So people predict that in future prices will rise. So obviously the demand for buying those stocks will also increase. Then another example is change in fashion. So you might have witnessed usage of flash disk these days in comparison to the compact disk. So this is due to the change in the fashion. Then another exception is a demonstration effect. Most of the times what happens, the lower income group, they try to imitate the consumption pattern of the higher income group. Even if you take in our society, if the neighbors or if anyone in the apartment is buying, a bigger size LED TV, obviously there will be pressure from the house to buy a similar kind of TV. So that's technically known as demonstration effect. Then we have a snob effect, that is a pride of owning unique products. Antique is an example. Even if the prices are high, the demand also will be at high level. Then the next one is the speculative goods or outdated goods or seasonal goods. For example, stock market we already discussed. Then outdated goods, CD, when we discussed about the change in fashion. Then ice cream is a classic example for increasing demand during the summer season. Even if the prices of your ice cream gets increased, the demand also witness a increase. And the last one is the goods in short supply. For example, antiques. You can see the supply will be short, but still the demand for those commodities for a particular market segment will be at a higher level, even if the prices of such commodities are high. So these are all some of the exceptional cases for the demand curves. That is what I want to say is the conventional demand curve will see a downward sloping curve showing the relationship between price and quantity demanded, whereas the exception one shows the positive relationship between the price and quantity demanded. In this case, you can see a upward sloping curve. Okay, the convention is downward sloping demand curve, and the exception is upward sloping demand curve. Now let's move to the different types of elasticity. So before that, you should know what is the meaning of elasticity. So like whenever we say a elastic band, so the same understanding you can relate to this terminology, elasticity of demand. So that is the degree of responsiveness of the demand for a particular commodity due to the fall or increase in price. Okay, so that is how much the extent or the level of demand for a particular commodity changes in relation to the change in price. So in that, there are three types. One is price elasticity. Then we have demand income elasticity. We have cross elasticity. So let us discuss one by one. The first one is the price elasticity. So price elasticity means it is the proportionate change in the quantity demanded upon proportionate change in price. That is, EP denotes the elasticity of price. This one, the numerator shows the proportionate change in quantity demanded. That is delta Q divided by Q. Okay, delta means it is a change in the demand. It is in economic parlance, it is known as delta. This symbol is not, the triangle symbol is known as delta. That is change in the quantity demanded. Denominator is the proportionate change in price. That is delta P upon P. That is a change in price upon the actual price. So there are some determinants for the price elasticity. So it depends upon the availability of substitutes and time. For example, if you take when you compare between two commodities which are better substitutes, in that case, the elasticity of price will be higher. Okay, that is higher. Higher means obviously the numerator will be having a higher number in comparison to the denominator. Then time is also another factor which determines the price elasticity. So longer the period, higher will be the price elasticity of demand, because when the time period is longer, so there is sufficient time to take some decisions, right? Then the elasticity of price is lower for the necessities like food items in comparison to the luxuries. That is, in case of food items, even if the price witness major change, but there won't be what you call similar or equivalent level of change in the quantity demanded, because it's a necessity, right? You have to buy even if the price has increased. But whereas in luxuries, like maybe a car or a LED TV, you can postpone the consumption. Okay, so in that case, the elasticity of price will be higher in comparison to the necessities. So just to summarize the thing regarding price elasticity of demand, the price elasticity of demand is the proportionate change in the quantity demanded to proportionate change in price, or sometimes you can say percentage change in quantity demanded divided by percentage change in price. That also can be done, but only thing when you are multiplying 100 in both the denominator and numerator, 100 gets cancelled. So obviously, so here I am presenting only the proportionate change in quantity demanded divided by proportionate change in price. So the elasticity of price depends on the nature of the commodity, extent of use, the range of substitutes, then what is the income level of the consumer, then proportion of income spent on the commodity, then the urgency of the demand, then if there is any chance for postponement, then the durability, then the frequency of purchase, then recurrence of demand, and of course time factor. So these are all some of the factors that determine the magnitude of the price elasticity. So when I say price elasticity, obviously you will be interested to know the range. So what is the range of price elasticity? So that is given here. So price elasticity types. Okay. So as I already told, price elasticity means proportionate change in quantity demanded divided by proportionate change in price. So just you kindly recall the this formula. So yeah, so once you register this formula in mind, then you can easily understand the implication from this. Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Hello. Hope I'm audible. I will, because I got a call that my voice is, sounds a little bit low. So I'm getting closer to the mic and now let's discuss about the different. Okay, fine. Thank you. Thank you. So now let's discuss about the different price elasticity type. Okay. The first one is the relative elastic demand, which will be greater than 1, because just recall the formula what you have discussed in the previous slide. So here you can see the change in the quantity demanded, maybe something like this may be 10%. Okay, you assume that it is a 10% change in quantity demanded divided by 5% change in price. So obviously 10 divided by 5, so that will be more than 1. So in this case, the nature of demand curve will be little bit, of course, it will be sloping downwards, but it will be oriented towards the what you call vertical axis. Then the next one is the relatively inelastic demand. So relatively inelastic demand, for that the elasticity will be less than 1. So here the nature of curve will be looking like this. So here you see the percentage change in price is higher than percentage change in the quantity demanded. So maybe something like change in quantity demanded is, let us keep as 5. So 5 divided by 10 or 8 or whatever. So in that case, the elasticity will be less than 1. Okay. So the next case is perfectly elastic demand. So here you can see infinity. The elasticity will be infinity. So here you can see a straight line, right, which is parallel to the horizontal axis, that is quantity demanded. So what is the meaning of this perfectly elastic demand curve? So whatever the change in price, the quantity demanded will be seeing a drastic change. Okay, so that is infinity level. So that is, of course, these are, in a real life situation, you cannot expect such type of demand curve. But just for, theoretically, you should know what do you mean by perfectly elastic demand. Then the next one is the perfectly inelastic demand. Here, if you see the coefficient of elasticity, it will be 0. Okay. The nature of demand curve will be it will be vertical to the quantity, that is x-axis. So here the meaning is, even if there is drastic change in the price, the quantity demanded will not witness the similar kind of change. For example, take salt. Okay, it's a sort of necessary item. So even if the price of salt from maybe from 10 rupees it increased to 15 or 20 rupees, you are not going to change the demand. Okay, so particularly this perfectly inelastic demand applies to basic needs, necessary needs. I have given salt as an example. You can, relate to any food commodities so that you can easily understand the concept. That is, even if the price increases by 2% or 3%, the quantity demanded will not witness any change, right? Then the next one is, and the last one under this price elasticity of demand, unit elasticity of demand. So here what happens, the nature of curve will be like this, sloping downwards. Here, if you see the change in the price, maybe 5%, it leads to the same level of effect on the quantity demanded. That is, 5% change in price leads to 5% change in quantity demanded, or maybe our 10% change in price leads to 10% change in quantity demanded. So obviously 10 divided by 10 or 5 divided by 5, it will be equal to 1. So obviously the elasticity, the coefficient under this unit elasticity of demand will be equal to 1, right? So far we have been discussing about the price elasticity of demand. Next, let us move to the other type, that is income elasticity. It is similar to price elasticity. Here, only thing, instead of price, you are just going to replace the word price by income. So the formula is proportionate change in quantity demanded divided by proportionate change in income. Okay, earlier we have seen proportionate change in quantity demanded divided by proportionate change in price, but in income elasticity, the denominator gets changed. So the formula is also given here. So this is the formula. That is delta Q divided by Q. Then that particular the whole component is divided by delta I divided by I, which is from this you can calculate the coefficient for the income elasticity. So like different types of price elasticity, income elasticity also has different types. That is zero income elasticity. Then we have negative income elasticity. Then we have unitary income elasticity. Then elastic and inelastic income elasticity. So what? Let us see one by one briefly. So zero income elasticity means the increase in income of the individual will not have any effect on the demand of the particular commodity. Okay, so in that case, the coefficient will be 0. There won't be any effect. Whatever the income increase, the demand will not change. Then negative income elasticity. In this case, what happens? The increase in the income of the consumer leads to less purchase of the goods. Okay, so in that case, what happens? Elasticity will be less than 0. That is negative, right? It will be sloping downwards. That is, income increases but leads to a decline in the quantity demanded. Maybe this kind of type can be applicable to inferior good, right? Suppose if the income increases, for me, suppose if my income increases, instead of buying chicken, I may be buying mutton. Okay, so for me, maybe chicken might be a inferior commodity and mutton may be a superior commodity. So that's just for to have a better idea. So I gave this example. Next one is the unitary income elasticity. The change in income in this case will lead to same percentage of the change in income demand. So like unitary price elasticity, the same meaning you can imply here also. In this case, the coefficient will be equal to 1. So only one thing you have to remember. In price elasticity, we have seen the nature of demand curve will be looking like this, the conventional one. Whereas in income elasticity, the conventional curve will be sloping upwards, right? That is, as the income increases, the quantity demanded also increases. That is, for example, suppose when the income is something like 50,000, this is a particular level of quantity demanded, maybe X1. Suppose from 50,000 it goes up to 80,000, then in that case the quantity demanded further increases. That is, as the income increases, quantity demanded also increases, showing the positive relationship between income and quantity demand. This is a conventional curve for income elasticity. The next one, what we have been discussing under types of income elasticity, elastic income curve. So in this case, what happens? Any change in the income increases the demand for that commodity by more than the change in the income level. So in that case, the coefficient will be greater than 1. Okay, that is quantity change in the demand will be more than the quantity, more than the change in the income level, right? So the last one is the inelastic income, elasticity of demand. In this case, the change in the income will increase the demand for the commodity, but at a lesser percentage than the change in the income. So in this case, the coefficient will be less than 1, right? So whatever we have discussed in the previous topic, that is the price elasticity, that the same thing you can relate here also. Then we will move to the different curves under income elasticity. So when we take two commodities, superior and inferior, okay, I have given an example for chicken and mutton. So you can also, I mean, take your own example, which you feel as a superior and inferior commodity. So for superior goods, as the income increases, the quantity demanded will increase. Okay, for superior goods. As the income increases, quantity demanded also increases, right? Whereas if you take the inferior goods, here what happens, as the income suppose as the income increases by this much amount, okay, as the income increases by this much amount, the quantity demanded will witness a fall, that is reduction. Okay, so this is applicable to the inferior goods. Just move to the third one and the last type of demand curve, that is cross elasticity. So here the formula is proportionate change in quantity demanded divided by proportionate change in actually here this is not income, this is proportionate change in price. Okay, but only thing is the proportionate change in quantity demanded for a commodity 1 divided by proportionate change in price of commodity 2. That is, maybe it may be like when you're comparing between two commodities, tea and coffee, which can be called as a substitute. The proportionate change in quantity demanded for tea divided by proportionate change in price for coffee. Okay. So in this case, there are two types. One is substitutes. I have given already an example, tea and coffee. Then we have complementary goods like petrol and car. Okay. So substitutes, what will be the nature of the curve? For substitutes, it will be positive. That is, if the price of coffee increases, then the demand for tea will increase. So in that case, the demand curve will be sloping upwards. Whereas for complementary goods, if the price of car increases, then obviously the demand for petrol gets declined. So in that case, there is a negative relationship between these two goods, that is complementary goods. So what is the significance of elasticity of demand? So far we have been discussing the different elasticities of demand, that is price elasticity. Then we discussed the income elasticity, and third one we discussed the cross elasticity. So what is the significance of this concept? So this helps to decide the quantity of goods to be, for example, you take when you are working as a manager in any agri-food business firm or agri-business firm, so you are involved in deciding the quantity of the commodity to be produced. Suppose if you know the nature of the demand curve, that is, if it is closer to perfectly inelastic, then you can increase the production and you can increase the prices also, right? Then, as I already told, this concept of price elasticity also useful for fix the prices. That is, fixing the prices not only on the cost of production, but also on the basis of the price of related goods. Suppose you can decide the price level for tea based on the price of coffee. Then it also helps to decide the distribution level, that is where to produce or where to distribute, and when to distribute and how much to distribute. So that kind of decision you can make using elasticity of demand. It also helps to take decisions on international trade, that is what to export and not to export. It also helps to decide the level of foreign exchange, and if you want to nationalize an industry based on the elasticity, you can take a decision. And it also helps to in public finance. Suppose if the demand for a particular commodity is inelastic, a lot of finance can be allocated for that particular commodity. Now let's move to the next topic under this demand, forecasting. So obviously, when you know the different types of elasticity, so as a manager, so you will be interested to know what would be the likelihood of the demand in future, right? So by forecasting, what I want to say is it is the activity wherein you can estimate the future situation of an or event under given conditions. So this will be serving as a basic tool for making decisions. So decisions make both in short run as well as in long run. So I have listed some of the decisions that can be taken in short run. For example, the purchase of inputs, then maintaining the economic level of inventory, setting up a sales target, then price policy, promotion policy, then management of working capital. So these are all some of the examples that you can call as short run decisions. In the long run, you can take decisions like expansion of the existing production capacity of the plant, or diversifying the product in the products in which you are associated. Then you can change the location of the plant or capital issue, and you can also plan the extent of manpower. So these are all long run decisions. But for any kind of decision, whether it is short run or long run, so you should be having the knowledge of forecasting, so that it will be serving as a basic tool for decision making. Now the question is, why to estimate the demand and forecast? As I already told, to predict the future demand and to assess the effect on the operation of the firm or market. It also helps to assess the magnitude that the demand for a particular commodity that will assume at some future point of time. Suppose if you estimate the demand for 2050 for a particular commodity, if you feel that the demand is going to decline, then obviously you can change your production plan, right? Or in the other case, if you predict that the demand in 2050 is going to be witnessing a sky level change, then you can establish a new plan, or those kind of decisions can be taken with the information on forecast. So it also helps to reduce the uncertainty level, making production plan, allocation of resources, and to formulate marketing strategies. So these are all very generic. So now let us see the different stages in estimating the demand and forecast. The first one is to identify the market or the product. Obviously, the next step is to collect the data. So whatever the data you want to collect pertaining to the particular market or product, you have to do it maybe from literature or maybe from survey or maybe through. There are a lot of options to collect the data. Then the next step is to select the method for forecasting. So for that, you should have some understanding about the different forecasting methods. I'll be telling in brief the methods available for forecasting in the subsequent slides. Once you select the method, maybe one method or a combination, you have to implement it. And once you implement, then you do the forecast, then evaluate the method, whether it works perfect for your data. Then you forecast it and finally validate with the actual value. Maybe if you are forecasting for 2025, so you can validate it when maybe some other company or when the year gets closer to 2025, you might be having some better estimates. You can compare the error and that can be done as validation. So when you do the forecasting for demand, or not only for demand but for other variables like supply also, there are some factors you should keep in mind. One is the time frame, whether it is for short run or long run or medium time. So this time frame has to be decided before estimating the demand. Then the level of demand forecasting, whether you are going to forecast for the bigger level, that is macro level, or to a specific industry, or to the micro or firm level, and whether the forecast is for general product or any specific product. And another factor is whether the forecast is for a new product or already established product. Suppose already established product, you might be interested to know what might be the demand in a particular region where the product did penetrate, right? Then the different types of product, whether the demand estimation is for producer goods or consumer goods or any services like that. Then the product and market specific factors also should be taken into account, like the level of competition, the market condition, then what is the consumer psychology. So these are all some of the factors you have to take before estimating the demand. So while I was telling the stages of forecasting, I have mentioned that selecting the method is a very important step. So there are different types of method. Either you can do subjectively using your own judgment or intuition, or sometimes if you have a good experience using your commercial knowledge about the product, you can do the forecast. Or it can be done objectively using the statistical analysis of the past data. Or the better way, I would say, in my opinion, a combination of both. That is subjective method as well as subjective method. So broadly, the forecasting method classified into two types. One is qualitative and another one is quantitative. So I have given the list of qualitative method here. That is a survey of bias intention, then a Delphi method, expert opinion, then collective opinion, naive model, smoothing technique. Of course, here, whatever I have listed here, it's a combination of both qualitative and quantitative. So there are a lot of methods available in practice, but these are the most widely used qualitative methods in forecasting for any economic variable, maybe demand in this case. The first one is the executive opinion. In this case, what happens? A group of manager or high-level executives, they meet together and they collectively take a decision. So what would be the forecast in future, maybe 2025 or 2030? So it's a qualitative approach, right? The next one is the market research. This is a little bit systematic in comparison to the executive opinion. Here, what happens? Interview schedule or questionnaire will be developed, and data will be collected from the targeted group, and accordingly the demand will be assessed. Of course, it is time consuming in comparison to the executive opinion. The next one is the Delphi method. Here, the demand estimation is done by taking consensus among a group of experts, wherein anonymity will be maintained. So here what happens, a coordinator will be sending the data and questions to the experts, and whatever the data or comments they are sharing, that will be discussed, then pulled together, and finally a consensus is reached. There may be 2 or 3 rounds to arrive the consensus. Of course, this is also a time consuming process. So among all the 3, market research, it consumes time as well as it is cost intensive in relation to executive opinion and Delphi method. The quantitative method. In quantitative method, there are 2 types. One is a time series model and another one is causal model. So time series model means you are forecasting the future based on the past pattern in the data, right? So you'll be having only one series. Maybe in this case, demand for a particular commodity for 40 years or 50 years. So based on that, you will be estimating the demand for the future, right? The next one is the causal model. Here there will be more than one series. For example, demand, it's one series, and then we will be having price as another series, then income of the consumer as another series. So here the implication here is what happens to the demand when there is a change in the price? What happens to the demand when there is a change in the income of the consumer? So, so this model assumes that the forecast variable is related to other variables and the predictions are done based on the association, right? So just to make things very clear, time series models are univariate and causal models are multivariate. So this keep in mind. So what are the criteria to choose your method for forecasting? So as I already told in the previous slides, there are different methods. Either you can go for quantitative or qualitative or a combination of both. So what are the criteria to choose a method? Of course, the method should be accurate and it should be plausible. That is, it should be closing to the reality. Then it should be durable. Then there should be flexibility in the approach. Then, of course, availability. So as per your experience or expertise, you can choose the method. If you are good in econometrics, go for quantitative. Otherwise, if you are not good in econometrics, so better you take a qualitative method, or else you can outsource to someone who is good in that, good in quantitative method. So before moving to the next topic, I would like to highlight the difference between forecasting and prediction. So most of the times what happens in literature, they use these 2 terminologies synonymously, but there is a clear distinction between forecasting and prediction. So forecasting means it is a steady state forecasting, which involves only one series, that is univariate, where the future is expected to be much like the past. Okay. So whether in the past the demand is increasing, so obviously in the future also it will increase. In the past the demand has declined, so in the future also it will decline further. So this is the steady state forecasting, whereas prediction means what if forecasting, right? What if means here you will be using a multivariate model to explore the effect of a particular variable in association with other variable. I already mentioned what will be the effect of demand when there is a change in the price of the commodity or income level or taste of whatever. Okay, so there will be multiple series in case of prediction. Now let us see some of the basic models through which you can estimate the demand. I believe you might have received the study material, so I have taken the example from the study material so that you can easily relate. When you have free time, kindly you can match the slide with the study information given in study material. And if you have any doubts, you can discuss with me at any point of time. So this slide shows the different method through which you can estimate the trend. The first one is the linear trend, wherein the equation is given here, y equal to a plus bx. So it shows a linear relationship between quantity demanded and it's a time. Generally, we take x as a time period. Okay, so in that case, it will be a univariate model. Suppose instead of time, if you are taking income or price, then it will be called as multivariate. That is prediction instead of forecasting. Then the other type is quadratic trend. Here the function form is given y equal to a plus bx plus cx squared. And similarly, we have cubic trend, exponential trend, double log trend. These are some of the widely used models to capture the demand using the past data. So here I'll be focusing only on one method, that is linear trend. So linear trend, as I already told, y equal to a plus bx is the functional form for the linear trend. Here y is the demand. So as a manager, you will be interested to know the demand, the future. So for that, we need some data, historical data. Then x, as I already told, x is the time period and a is called as intercept. Okay. Then b is the slope coefficient. So yeah, as a analyst, you have to estimate these two, a as well as b. Once you estimate these two values, automatically you can estimate the demand. So to solve this, normal equations are used. So I have given in the bottom right of the slide, these are the two equations popularly known as normal equation. So you have to estimate this summation of y and summation of xy, and how it is going to be estimated. That is also given here. The formula is given here. Sorry, madam. Okay. Oh, okay. Sure. Okay. So to arrive that, I mean, a demand for a future period, you have to solve this equation. So I have used a data which is given in the study material. If you have received, it is fine. If you have not received, you can refer the website of Pondicherry University Directorate of Distance Education. You can find the soft copies. So in that also the data is given. I use the same data. So this is the sales data given for time period 2002 to 2011, right? So here the task is to estimate the sales for 2012. That is, data is for the sales up to 2011. Data is available. Okay, so we are going to estimate the sales for 2012, 2015 by fitting a linear regression equation. So for that, just I am rearranging the data. Okay, so here I have arranged like this from 2002 to 2011. Then x is the time period. 1, 2, 3. We have 10 years data for sales data, whatever given in the study material that I have included here. So next you have to do some simple calculations. X is known, y is known, just to do the multiplication. Okay, x, y. So everyone knows that, right? Then the next one is estimate x square. That is 1 square is 1, then 2 square is 4, then 3 square is 9, like that. Now you take the summation for all the 4 columns. That is sigma x, then sigma y, then sigma xy, then sigma x squared. So I already told these are the two normal equations. Summation of y equal to na plus b sigma x, and summation of xy equal to a summation x plus b summation x squared. So just you have to fit the values, I mean substitute the values in this equation. So for example, sigma sigma y is summation y is 7,48,858. Okay, the same thing I put here. Then we don't know what is A. Okay, because we have to find out what is A and B. Then only we can estimate the demand. So n is number of observations. So here we have 10 years. So 10A plus B also we didn't know. Summation of x is 55. So 55b. So similarly, substitute the value in the equation 2. So you will be arriving this. You have equation 1 and equation 2. So what you do, the next step is you multiply the equation by 7. Okay. So why you have to multiply by 7? So once you multiply by 7, so 55 multiplied by 7, you will get 385. So that you can do some simple math and you can estimate the value of A. So this is equation 3 derived from equation 1 by multiplying with 7, right? Okay, so now you do the, I mean, a simple math. So that is equation 3. This is equation 3. Okay, equation 3 minus equation 2. Equation 3 minus equation 2. So obviously this factor will get cut. Okay, equation 3 minus equation 2, that is 385b minus 385b. So automatically it will get cancelled. So you will be getting 15a equal to this 67,051. So from this you can arrive a, that is a equal to 67051 divided by 15. So this is the value for a. So substitute the value of a in either in equation 1 or equation 2 and you arrive the value for b. Okay, now you got the value for a and you got the value for b. Then using the value a and b, you substitute in the main equation, that is a linear trend, y equal to a plus bx. So y equal to, we know the value of a, you substitute a, and we know the value of b, so substitute this and x. Okay, y equal to a plus bx. Now the task is, what is the sales for 2012? So up to 2011, x is 10, right? So for 2012, x will be 11. Just you multiply this value by 11. So you will get the sales for 2012. Similarly for 2015, so 2015 will be 2011 is 10, 2012 is 11, 12, 13 like that. 2015 will be 14. Okay, so just multiply this value with 14. So you'll do the simple math, you'll get the sales for 2015. So this is the way you can estimate the sales. Of course, sales is a proxy for the demand, right? So using a linear trend, you can estimate the demand by fitting a linear regression model. So if you have any doubts, you can ask. Otherwise, I will wrap up the session for today. Tomorrow, I mean not tomorrow, in the next week, I'll be taking a lecture on supply analysis. It will be a very short lecture, and then actually I thought of taking today, but due to paucity of time, I could not do that. So I will end up with this estimation of demand. If you have any queries or questions, either you can text me. So my contact number is given here, and the email also is there. So if you want to get any clarification, kindly you can contact me. So with this, I thank everyone for joining today. I got a call from the organizer that there will be a 10 minutes break, and after that the session will resume. So thanks for joining. I'll be leaving now. So we will meet in the next week. Thank you.
Good afternoon, students. I am Dr. Punitha again for MCOB. Are you able to hear me? Yes, I got the answers. Yes, okay. So we will be continuing our morning session as I told you. If you have any doubts in the previous session, you can just type in. We can finish that off and start with the next one because we have completed management concepts, half of that. So we are going to enter into organizational behavior, which is totally a new subject. So before starting with that, I would like to know whether you have any clarifications in the previous sessions. You can type in your questions. So no questions so far. So I take it that there are no doubts. So we are moving on to the next one. Okay. So we are entering into the next subject, organizational behavior. So the name itself suggests, you can understand that it is about the behavior. But what is that organizational behavior? So you may understand by this time now that a behavior of an individual is different inside the organization. That is what we are going to study. How that could be? Yes, what you behave in your home or in your comfortable zone is different with your behavior with your friends in a school or college or when you are in the workplace. So this is how we modify ourselves. It's not changing. We modify ourselves. We change our behavior, how we act in one place to the other, depending on the people around. So that's why we used to say, for the mothers, they'll know that the face of the child at home is totally different. You cannot take it for granted because that would not be the same in the school. The teachers will be knowing the reality. So like the same way in a workplace, people tend to behave in a different way. So learning about that, understanding the behavior of people is what we are going to study in this subject. So organizational behavior is about what people think, feel, and do in the organizations. So this is the behavior that comes out as an emotional response on what the people perceive for the situations in an organization. Let us see that elaborately in the coming sessions. First question is, who should study this organizational behavior? Why we have to study this? Who should study this? Is it only for managers who has to manage people under them? All the managers has to manage people. So is it only for them to understand the behavior? No. This is for everyone who works in an organization with people around, because we are again and again saying that an organization is people coming together to achieve something. So when you are working with people, organizational behavior helps you to understand them. When you understand the other person, it becomes easy for you to behave without any dissonance in your attitude. That is what this is for. So organizational behavior, if studied properly and understood, can change the personalities, can change your happiness quotient in your organization when you go to work. Why this has to be studied? Unless you understand yourself, first of all, the behavior of you, it gives you a path to understand the other person. So when you understand, it gives you a sense of the world, why this is happening, why that person has said so, why he has to act like this. So that gives you a sense of the world, why the world is happening like this. So that helps us to accept, arrange ourselves for the next step. So this is what the organizational behavior study gives you. It gives you the ability to predict what are the next step of the person around you. So this makes you prepared for the actions or to work in the organization. This is why organizational behavior is important to everyone. We start with the first topic, perception and learning. Because perception is a base for everything. Perception is nothing but interpreting the information. How you get the information? You get information through any of your sense, not only the words. If a person is signing something using the hands to signal you, your eyes are looking at that. It is one of the sense. Not only you have to hear any sound or words, you are continuously interpreting through your five senses, all the five senses, seeing, touching, or even smells, hearing. All these things are giving you some informations always. So how you interpret that is perception. Why this perception is very important? Most often, perception deceives you because the characteristics of the perceiver, that is you, when other information you are getting, and the characteristics of the target and the situation, all these things play into your perception. How you interpret, how you gather the meaning of the information you got is based on these three things. These three characteristics. See, for example, you are having a smell. If you are around a hotel or restaurant, often you are having the smell. You will be perceiving, you will be able to understand by what time, when, what is cooked. Or for example, if you are in a college, you are working like me, I am in the university where a lot of students are there. A smoke smell will immediately make us to think that maybe someone is smoking. But maybe the real smell, real smoke is coming from something is burning. Why we have to interpret the information like that? Because of the selective informations we have in the past experience. Or stereotyping. Because we are used to one thing, it is happening again and again. We get the first impression because of the stereotype. Yes, this is going to be that. We jump to conclusions. We become judgmental. So this is what we call as barriers in the perception. Unless we are open-minded, unless we don't have any past experience and judgmental attitude, most often there are chances that perception may go wrong. The perception is a first step of learning, understanding, so that you are building your personality. Whatever you perceive, you are putting a layer in your personality. See, imagine like this. We start perceiving from the time we enter into the world. We know only mother during that time because of, again, the perception when you are in the womb, when you are in the mother's womb. What do? You know the heartbeat sound, you are listening to that. You know the smell, slowly. So what happens? When you come to the world, immediately we recognize, we understand, we interpret the information that we are near the mother. It gives a secure feeling. So the perception starts from there. Layer by layer, we perceive things. This makes the personality. Layer by layer, brick by brick, slowly we are building ourselves. But all these layers, all these bricks are solid. They all are experiences in our mind. They are stored. So what happens? Whenever a situation arises, whenever you take information, the brain gets stimulated immediately and tries to perceive it based on the past knowledge you have accumulated and stored. Unless you unlearn, unless you are open-minded to know what it is, you cannot learn more. The old brick will be there forever. So that's how perception becomes a very important milestone in learning. I've given you a picture. If you see, what is that number, 6 or 9? It depends on how we perceive it. For the person on left, it is one number. For the person on the right, it is another one number. Both are correct. So it takes an open mind to accept that, yes, you are on the opposite side. So for you, it is another one number. It is not the same. Are you able to understand? So when you start understanding that, the perception, it becomes bigger, it becomes wide. So you are able to learn more. You are able to welcome things, new things into our world. So this is how the perception is defined. So how really we perceive things? First one is a reality. What is in front of you? We try to understand the situation. We try to see, look at, and sometimes we touch it, and slowly we are able to understand the situation. Then we come to the context. For what context it is there? Because the context is important. I'll give you an example. If see, the word may be the same. He is a fox, right? It's a sentence. He is a fox. If you take the context, say, while I am appreciating my friend, he has done a very good thing. So I am saying he's like a fox. So it is a compliment, okay, on the context. But if I'm gossiping to another friend, he is a fox. What does that mean? It is like I'm telling the negative version of that. So the context on which we are talking is very important to understand or interpret the reality. Then comes the memory. For whatever it is, memory helps because the knowledge is in the form of that. Whatever I have acquired. See, in the same case, fox. What is a fox? A fox is a cunning animal. It is not used for a very positive tone. So this knowledge, all this knowledge comes to play. Oh, he is like a fox. Oh, we have to be very careful with him. He's a dangerous person. Cognition comes in. I start interpreting, analyze all these things. Okay, if that person comes in, I have to be careful in the future. So I have a vision. How he reacts in some other things, in past experiences. And the sensory system, if necessary, comes to place. So all this is happening without our knowing. Voluntarily, involuntarily, all these things happens whenever you perceive one information. But now if you sit and think how I perceive things, after this session, you try to do that. When you look at something, when you see, for example, you look at a film, how you perceive it. There are so many criticisms for one film, right? There are so many reviews. Thousands of reviews come. How is that? Because each one of those 1,000 reviewers perceive the film in their own personal experience. Are you able to understand? So the perception differs from individual to individual. That is how you are able to get thousands of reviews. Then what happens? I have one perception, but when I read the review of the film, some of the points may be acceptable, attractive to me if I am open-minded and ready to forego the previous knowledge I have accumulated. Now what happens? My perception changes of the same film which I have perceived already in another one tone. Now what I do? I welcome this new perception of another person, takes it, interpret it and store it as a knowledge. This becomes my latest past experience. If I have to come through another one film of the same genre, what happens? I will now see the film in this newest perception knowledge I have. Are you able to understand? So this is how perception makes the personality grow. If a person is open to change his perception. Why some people are the same? Because they are not willing to change the way they perceive things, and that's why their past experience and knowledge stays stagnated. They are not ready to grow. Their learning process stops. Are you able to understand? All of you are maybe working. Already you have some experience in the management or organizations. Already you are coming through all the things we are discussing about. But most of you are having the open mind to learn. That motivation to learn makes you to perceive things now in a new way. Wherever, see, for example, I give you examples and I say some concepts. If you have the willingness to perceive things in a newer version, that makes you a good learner, right? That is our next step. So this is how learning happens. And when the learning happens in a person, slowly the behavior changes. That is why we used to say, you never know a person in full, because until yesterday, you have understood a person, but it is not guaranteed that the behavior of the person is still intact today. Do you get the point? Maybe he has changed. Maybe he's grown today. So every day when we learn, the behavior changes because of the experience we have every day. So learning, you can say it is acquiring new things, new knowledge, understanding, which leads to change in behavior. Also, learning helps in upgrading your skills, values also, values, attitudes. We will see that next. What are these? Then you will understand, because all these things are knitted together, perception, learning, belief, values, attitudes, knowledge, experience, all these are knitted together, very similar to each other, and they are complementing each other. They complement to grow. That is how a personality is made. You are made up of all these things. So how this learning is done? How you can willingly change the behavior? First one we call as classical conditioning. That is a learning step. What is classical conditioning? You can modify the behavior if you want. So, see, some behavior you don't like by yourself, or you don't like in the person next to you. You want to modify the behavior. You can change that through classical conditioning. This is nothing but making it as a habit, doing it again and again, conditions that. See, for example, by 9 o'clock, you tend to sleep every day. That is a classical conditioning. Are you able to understand? You make yourself, it's a habit, you get conditioned to that. What happens when the disturbance is there? You are not able to sleep at 9 and it is delayed sleep. The next day, your behavior tend to change because you have a disturbance in mind that on time you are not able to sleep. Many things like, see, this is actually, I'll give you the right example when this was invented. This theory was contributed. This experiment was conducted with a dog actually, right? So when a bell rings exactly on that time, 12 o'clock, say 12 o'clock, a bell sound is given, it rings and the dog is fed with a nice food, think like that, okay? A cookie or a good food. Every day this is happening. So after a certain period, the bell is not rung on time, 12 o'clock, okay? But still the food is given to the dog. When any one of these change, by 12 o'clock, just by ringing the bell, the saliva secretion in the dog becomes higher because it is conditioned to eating by that time. Or only food, not with the bell. Or none of these things, whatever it is, after some classical conditioning, the dog used to secrete saliva on that particular time. Right? This is what we call as classical conditioning. We get conditioned to any kind of habit. See, for example, we used to say in the classroom, whenever students enter into the classroom, they'll go and sit in a particular place. Even though there is no rule that you have to sit in that particular place. Why? You get conditioned to that place. It is not about the place, to the view from that place. You are looking at the classroom and to your friends from one particular place, you get conditioned to that. When you are moved from that place to the other one, it becomes a newer view, which frightens us. We don't want to change that easily. So a classic conditioning gives us a comfort zone, which we want to thrive in. We don't want to move out of that. Another one is operant conditioning. This is a kind of learning where positive or negative reinforcement with consequences make a person, force a person to change. Like positive is giving some, what do you say, incentives or bonus or benefits or even appreciation, a pat on the shoulder. All these things make a person to move towards that behavior, right? Say, for example, if somebody has done a good job, the boss says to him, very good, good job, and pat on his shoulder. This positive consequence reinforcement makes the person moves towards that behavior. The next day also, he wants to do the same thing. Are able to understand why he wants to get the appreciation. The same way, negative consequence also works. One day, a child has broken something. The mother beats the child. The next day, what happens? The child wants to play very carefully not to break that toy. Why? Because he is afraid of that beating. So either way, you can positively or negatively push or force a person to modify the behavior. This can be done for self also, but this works very well for other people. The same way, reinforcement theory, saying or doing it again and again and again. So that makes the behavior stable. So if you want to have a desirable behavior, sorry, from one person, saying or doing something, doing some action to reinforce that again and again. For so many times, this happens. There is a saying in Tamil that when there are ant army which is going through a stone, even the stone will be eroded. Maybe it is only ant, but the stone can erode. Reinforcement. Again and again, the same thing is done for so many times. So these are the ways, techniques to modify the behavior through learning. The next one is personality. This is a very wide, broad topic which includes a lot of things. Personality is a, what do you say, umbrella term. We use it in many junctures. What is the personality of that person? And most often, we wrongly use the term. Like personality, we used to synonym with what? Beauty. You say he's a very good personality. That means he's looking good. No, that is not true. Looking good is a part of his personality, right? Being beautiful is only a part of his personality, but personality encompasses so many big things other than the physical appearance. And every individual has a different personality. How this is possible? Because as I told you, personality is a combination of a lot of things like the ability of a person, skills, what he is talentful of, how he perceives things, what he learns, and how he behaves on the basis of learning, the attitude, and what are the beliefs and values he have, and what does the belief leads him to the ethics. All these things are different attributes which leads to a full build of personality. So a person to have a whole personality takes years together. That is why you can see that a child is very flexible. You cannot fix a personality to a child because it is in the learning years. It still has to form a stable group of traits for himself. So a personality is how a person showcase his actions or behaviors through a stable set of characteristics. Are able to get the point? Relatively stable set we say. Why? It cannot be stable. A personality cannot be stable. Because as I told you, every day our perception, learning, attitude, belief, everything change, even for a minute level, at a minute level. If you are in a society where many people are around you, many living things are around you, not only people. You are around something, you are tend to learn, you are tend to perceive, and you are tend to change. There is nothing stable in that. So a personality is relatively a stable set of characteristics. That's all. That is why you see after a major setback or a breakdown or a major change in life, the personality totally differs. Say for example, a person who comes out from jail after prison after a long time. you can see the personality totally changes. How that is? Maybe the reasons are n number, like self-introspection, or the punishments in the prison, or the loneliness, or thinking time. Anything can be the factor. But you can see that people personality change when they undergo a massive space of time. But if it is not happening, it is not a massive break like you're not in prison. But in day-to-day life also, the change is in minimal way. You tend to learn something and you perceive, so you change. That is why we say again, it is a relatively stable set, but it is prone to change. What happens then? That time, on that phase, whatever is a set of characteristics, that becomes the personality of a person. So what are the determinants? How the personality is built? How you say personality? What do you get to become a person? First thing is family, right? What is your personality? Determined first by your family. So how you learn things without your voluntary initiation, you become a person in the family. Whatever they talk, the language you learn. Whatever they do, the actions you learn. Whatever the values are in the family, that is imbibed to a child in the childhood, right? Say for example, if a child takes something from the friend in the school, if the family conditions the child immediately, seeing in the bag a eraser from other person, other child, the mother says, no, you should give it back to the friend tomorrow. It is not yours. The value is imbibed to the child. But if the mother says, okay, if you like it, you keep, what happens? The personality totally differs. The values and beliefs change from this person to that person because of this. Now I think you understand, right? Taking a eraser from a friend is right or wrong is decided when you are in the childhood, how you perceive it. But again, you remember, it is not stable, right? It is relatively stable. But when you grow and learn that no, this is right and this is wrong, you cannot take eraser from your friend. By that time, your personality changed from that trait to this trait. Are you able to understand? So family is the first and foremost determinant of how you are, who you are, why you are, right? The second one is culture. Nobody can escape this, right? Because the society has a way of functioning. And this way of functioning differs from one society to the other. And this is what we give a term called culture. Culture of a society or culture of a community, culture of a group. It is nothing but how collectively that particular group wants to exhibit themselves, act themselves. That is what we call as culture. So we are social animals, right? We thrive in groups only. We cannot live alone. We always form groups and we try to live as community. So what happens when you are a part of that particular community or that particular group? The way the behavior of the group people surrounded by you is slowly imparted to you also. So while growing up, this culture plays a very important role in how the personality is defined. And this is why you can see we say cultural conflicts in the personality or the behavior. When this you can easy exhibit of this is the residents, non-residents, sorry, what they call NRIs, like people, Indian people who are living abroad, or for that matter, any people who is out of their culture. They are not able to move exactly to that culture, white culture, or they are able to totally follow the culture they are grown in. This is cultural conflict. They are not able to fit in any of this thing totally, right? So a personality gets conflict in these kind of situations. So this is how this becomes a solid part, solid background, foundation for anyone to grow upon. The same way, education. Education in the right sense, if you take, it is not about the science or maths or history we study in. Education is what you get to understand the life, how to live harmoniously in the society. That education, if properly given, makes a person grow with a, what do you say, attractive personality. When you learn things, education is a, what do you say, easy way to learn things because it is systematic. Syllabus is given, time is given, you are forced to learn. So it gives you a lot of knowledge. Input is lot. It helps you to analyze and perceive things easily. So this education makes you a better person. You are able to analyze and understand things more easily than the person who is not educated, right? We say the worldwide knowledge, you learn a lot. Whether it is needed or not needed, the education gives you with a lot of data, information. So that information data is a base to analyze and understand, perceive things in future. When you put all those things in your personality, you becomes a better person to perceive better, which is the base for learning. So again, it becomes a circle. You are able to better perceive it. So you learn better. So you become a better personality again. So this becomes a endless circle. That is how your personality grows. And obviously you cannot deny the fact that friends, because friends are more influential. And I should not say even friends. Now this has to be changed actually. Social media you can take up. Social media is another one determinant now to make your personality, you know. The approval from the unknown people in the social media plays an important role. It replaces actually the friends chapter here in the determinants. The known friends are less influential nowadays than the unknown people. The number of likes you get, what happens? It boosts your morale. You become very happy, motivated. If the likes are very low, you become your morale is getting decreased. That day your life is doomed, right? So this is how these friends are social influencing is making the person's personality move better or worse. I don't know that case, right? Okay, the next one is religion. I have given the word religion, but it can be anything like religion, caste, creed, whatever, the faith you are in, all these things. Why this enables the set of characteristics in the personality, you know, because this faith, let us not say religion, the faith on something is like, what do you say? It is like a motivator towards moving yourself further. As I told you in the first session, a picture, that is a pathway is going. And I gave you the sentence that miles to go, will meet soon. That miles to go says that you have a life, lengthy life. And you are able to look at the path up to some extent. But the path is still going on further. When it is dark, what happens to us? We are afraid to walk through the path. Why? Because we don't know what is next, what lies ahead in the path. So this is a very common psychological factor, or I would say intuition for everyone, the fear of unknown. If you are not knowing anything, not knowing what lies ahead, that fear causes you to stop. You cannot move further. And this situation tends to happen for anyone, right? That is why you can see change is a term which many of us don't like. We don't want to change. As I told you, we don't want to even change the place where we sit usually. Why? Because we don't know what would be from that place the world looks like. Till that involuntarily we think like that. We always want to be in the zone where we know things. But the world is not like that. You cannot predict on the other side. What is there, the other side of the mountain? So what happens? This is how the people have started having faith. Without the faith, you cannot take leaps. You cannot jump. You cannot move. In the water, how do you get in? You don't know what is inside the water. It is a faith. You believe that, okay, nothing will be there and you are ready to take the small risk. So this is how this faith have come into play so that the humankind will move forward. So personalities have this base of faith. Okay, I can believe in this thing and I can move in. Where I don't know for certain what it is. Are you able to understand? So any of the part of the world is not able to escape from this because of this fear of uncertain or unknown things. And another one thing which can decide a personality, it is of late a lot of experiments in the science world has given you that food also can determine your personality. What we eat is what you are, they say. So this is proven technology. So sometimes it is there that your personality can be defined or changed or modified according to the food we take in every day. So there are many models. There are so many psychological models to understand the personality, right? I have given you one or two models. One is this Big Five model, which is a very popular one. It says that there are 5 kind of people, 5 traits, I would say, 5 ways of behavior. The first one is extraversion. Opposite to is introverts, right? So who is this extroverts? Who are very sociable, gregarious person, who mingles with others immediately and who wants to show off, showcase their talents or beauty or whatever it is. They are open, they are sound, they are noisy, they laugh very loud. So these kind of people, extroversions. And the opposite to that is introverts, total opposite, that extreme. They doesn't want to talk with anyone. They keep all their feelings inside. They don't talk loudly, or they will not having much friends. They won't be that much in the social media. So these kind of people, these are the two extremes, extreme traits, introverts and extroverts. And it is not that you have to fit in this extreme or that extreme. There is a gray area, how much you are, right? The second one trait is agreeableness. The percentage or how much you are cooperative. The agreeable persons are warm, they are open. They will immediately welcome the other people. They will be cooperating. They are ready to share the information. They are very communicative. So this is agreeableness. The tendency of getting together with other people. The person who is having the higher level of agreeableness will be very good for making teams, like the same way. I forgot to tell you what kind of extrovert peoples will be doing. Extroverts, if you are able to define them, they will be good sales people, marketing. They can easily convince others. Opposite to that, if you have introverts in your organization, they will not take easily leave. Introverts are tend to work for long time. They will be coming on time, punctual. They will keep to themselves. They will not waste time. So those kind of people you can put in finance or any other desk job which needs hard working. So based on the personality model, we can make them place them where they fit better. See, for example, you cannot put an introvert person in as a sales executive. Think one who is not willing to speak. Can you make him as a salesperson? No. So this is how the personality helps in deciding on where to place them. And the same way, agreeableness, as I told you, one who is warm and cooperative, we can easily place them in a team. So they will be making all the people, if you are making them agreeable people, the team will be highly productive. Those who are not agreeable that much, who are not cooperative, you can put them in the confidential places where you don't want to spread more information out of that in those places. Next one is conscientiousness. Who is organized, who is always having the conscience of what they are doing. That is like they are mindful, as we have seen. They are aware of what is happening and they keep presence in the present situation. They will be present. So these kind of people will be hardworking usually. Because they are mindful, they will not be roaming in the mind here and there. They are present and they'll be concentrating on the work. So those people who are not that much conscientious will not be suitable for a place where you need to be organized, right? They can be just moving here and there. They will not be organized and they cannot be more productive in the places where you want more organized. The fourth one is emotional stability level. If you are selecting for a top level management, if you are hunting for a CEO or a president or a manager, general manager, this becomes an important trait to seek for. emotional stability. Emotional stability, how you can say, who is very calm, collective, cool, and self-confident. When not all the times people will get panic, those people, even in crisis, if they are calm and collective and thinking of what to be done, planning without a emotional instability, we call them emotionally stable people. So these kind of people will be good leaders, good managers. So for managerial trait, we can see for this emotional stability. If you see that this is low, then if you think them as succeeding as a manager or promoting them, have a second thought. Last one is openness to experience. These people will be good. Openness to experience, we can see that present in most of the children. In the childhood, you can see that we are very adventurous. We would like to go adventure many things, see new places, want to creative. See, most of the childhood days we will be drawing. But how many adults draw at day-to-day life? No, because drawing is a way of explaining yourself explicitly. You are showcasing your feelings, inner feelings. That is one way of experiencing, openness to experience. But what happens when you grow up into adults, this slowly diminish. But those adults still who are able to keep this openness to experience new things will be good creators. They will be like, what do you say? You can keep them when there is a creative side of work. They will be able to imagine, innovate, invent, because they are curious to try new things. They will be good learners. These people cannot put a stop on their hierarchical. They will be learning always. So these are the 5 important basics of the personality. This Big 5 model helps you understand a person. You can try to fit in which level he is in all of these things. And this helps you to identify. This is not only to ascertain the other people, You yourself can sit and think which of these 5 and what is the level I am fitting in, right? This is nothing good or bad. There is nothing you can say this is good or that is bad. This is only to understand the personality. Every personality is good. Whether you are extrovert or introvert, both are good. But this is only to understand and give them the job which they will be fitting to, right? Right. The next one theory of personality is trait theory. This is also one very popular theory. What this trait theory says is, if you want to ascertain a personality, you want to understand a person, you break down the series of traits. Traits is the quality. Traits is what you say, how you behave, the act. You make that. You break down all his traits. He is dishonest, he is loyal, he lies, he this, that. All is you break down. And you can collect all these traits, combine, and then you can form a personality, right? I have given you a model of this one. There are 16 traits, which is very popular, which you can combine and make a personality. You can I'll read it out. A warm personality, reasoning ability, one who has a reasoning ability. These people will be logical, who is able to reason with. Then emotional stability, we saw in the Big 5 itself, who is able to stay stable emotionally even in crisis. Remember that. It is not that while watching a film or being at home relaxed, if they are emotionally stable, that doesn't mean. When there is a need, when there is a crisis, still they are able to be stable emotionally. That is a trait we call emotional stability. Then dominance. It's a leadership quality, we say. Liveliness, extrovert people. Rule consciousness, one who abide by the rules and hardworking. Social boldness, who is able to explain and justify, convince others. Sensitivity, these people are like, this is a trait of introverts. Then vigilance, who is always present in the presence. Abstractedness, one who is able to interpret, cognitive sense will be more for these kind of people. Privateness, again this is one kind of introvertness. Apprehension, this is opposite to openness, openness to change. Then self-reliance or perfectionism, one who is having the self-confidence or self-esteem, and lastly, tension. So these are the 16 traits which you can group to a person. All 16 cannot be to one person. Out of this, we can fit to a person and we can define that particular personality. So this personality, how we can apply into organizations, why we need in the organizations. These 4 I have taken as important one. These personality, if you are able to see, that is good. The first one is locus of control. What do you say locus of control is? The personality is of 2. One is internal locus of control. The other one is external locus of control. Internal locus of control is a person who believes that he is having the control over the situation that is happening outside. Are you able to understand? I am responsible for what are all the things happening to me or around me. If I think like that, I have an internal locus of control. External locus is blaming other things. See, I am like this because this happened here. This is because of others. This is because of the organization. This is because of that tsunami. So external locus of control people always focus on the external factors. I am me because they are themselves. Are you able to understand? The internal locus people are self-confident and they can be good leaders and managers. External locus of control can be followers because they don't have the sense and responsibility to take the control over their act or behavior or whatever happening to them. The second one personality trait is self-efficacy in the organization. This is how a person see himself, what I am, how I am. So this we call as self-efficacy. When a person is able to do this self-introspection, they are tend to become more better person. The next one is self-esteem. What I worth of myself. This is what I am worth for. That is self-esteem. A person who is having high self-esteem will be highly motivated person. You need not motivate them. They themselves will push themselves forward. But when a person is having lower self-esteem, those people will not be attracted towards promotion or hard work or incentives. They will be at a lower level of stage. So in an organization, if you are a manager and you have a lower self-esteem person under you, it becomes our responsibility to motivate them and move them. Self-monitoring. This is a kind of personality where we change the behavior on cues from others. Say, for example, this is common, but when you change the personality, when you change the behavior, you become a self-monitoring person, right? See, I am not well groomed and that is not well accepted in the organization. So if I change myself, my behavior to be a well-groomed person, I am a self-monitoring person, right? This is one another trait which helps to build the personality. There is one instrument called MBTI. If you go to the Google and if you search, you may get it. This is a kind of personality test. It's a very interesting one. It is free now. There are so many sites which offer a free MBTI test. If there is time, actually, because of time constraint, I'm not able to give it to you. Otherwise, we can have it in the class itself. But I suggest strongly that if you have time, if you want to understand this topic personality further, you go to that and read on that MBTI instrument test. It's a personality test. They actually what they do, you are requested to assess your personality before taking the test and say I am an extrovert. I have a sensitivity and I'm very judgmental, like that I can say about myself and then get into the test. You will be surprised, that what the result comes in. You may know you will be the first time you will be looking yourself as a newer person. So you do that and give me the feedback in the next class, right? Okay, the next one is the important one. Values, attitudes, and belief. So these are the base for making a person. Values are what? The worth, right? That is what we say. But one bad thing, what had happened in the society, we always look anything, if you call as value, we look at only monetary value. If I say what is the value of this thing, You immediately will say this cost this much of rupees. But that is not only the value we talk about. A value is more than that. How I have grew, how I have been grown up with what I believe in are the values. Say for example, a person taking a bribe or refusing a bribe is depicting his value of honesty. That means he gives more importance to the monetary value than the honesty value he has been grown with the personality. Are you able to understand? So value is something above, not only the monetary value. Monetary value is one way of looking at the matter, looking at the thing, what it is. But apart from that, values are the thing that drives our personality. Every day, I ascertain the value of what I do, and that is how my behavior is depicted. Are you able to understand? It's a little bit complex, I know. If you slowly think over it again and again, and if you are self-conscious of what you are doing, then you will come to know on which value basis you are doing that. Say, for example, if you ask me a wristwatch, which is gifted from my son, maybe it is worth of 2,000 rupees. You say that you give me the watch, I'll give you 20,000 rupees. Whether I'll give it to you or not depends on my sentimental value attached to that watch. Are you able to understand? So these kind of values, I've given some of the values like loyalty, spirituality, humility, compassion, honesty, kindness, integrity, selflessness. All these kinds are your belief, individual belief on a particular matter, right? See, there is a thing that when you go to temple, the Hindus will not take anything back. Spirituality value, you are afraid, right? That is a bigger thing than
we have survey
this particular
design, survey
matter or a thing which you take from the temple. So that is how a person's value which he believes in makes him, move him or drives him to act accordingly. So this is a base. What you give, what is the value you attach to a thing? It might be different. It is like, say, imagine like this. Whenever you look at a thing, you want to behave, there is a card, money card or something attached to that. That is your value card. You look at that, then you decide on whether how you want to behave. The next thing is attitude. This is the expressive way. The base may be anything else. What we have decided on, the belief and values. On that basis, how you make yourself behave is called as attitude. Again, this attitude is a wrongly spelled, you take it, the notion is wrong always. You know, you say, when you say the person is having attitude, it is sounded in the negative tone. It is not true. Attitude is a neutral word. Bad attitude or good attitude only defines whether it is bad or good. But attitude is simply a neutral word which says that your psychological tendency to express something on a particular entity. How you do that? You evaluate it with a percentage of dislike or like based on the values and beliefs you have. Are you able to understand? See, I go to a home, I go to a orphanage. How I evaluate, how I express myself is based on the value and belief I have, how I behave there. If my attitude is as if I am well settled or I have more money than the people inside there, that shows your value on the people and their feelings. But if you are one among them and you are down to earth and you are helping them, that shows that your human values on the humankind is more than your self-esteem. Are you able to understand my point? So that is how your attitude depicts based on the values and beliefs you have towards a particular entity. So what do we say? ABC effect. How the attitude is displayed based on ABC effect. That is affect, behavioral intentions and cognitions. Right? Say for example, we can take I need that I don't like, say I don't like this house, right? So what happens? This is the affect. My behavior changes. I start thinking and I start behaving, packing to move away from the house. Slowly, without my knowledge, I do everything towards that. My behavior will be not liking the house and moving from that place. So what is a cognition? I will be inside thinking that this house is not suitable, this is not comfortable. If I go to some other place, I will be happy. That would be my understanding on that. So these three works together, and whatever you want, whatever you like, whatever you don't like is accepted, interpreted inside yourself, and your attitude is based on that. That is why if you closely analyze, your same behavior will be different towards two person you like and you don't like. Are you able to understand? You are the same person, but your attitude towards the other person is different. How it can be? Say serving a coffee. You may be giving with pleasant smile to one person and with a grim face to other person. Why? Because your attitude is based on the affect, which affect your behavioral intentions because of your cognition, right? Again, this is a little bit complex, I know. Slowly, if you think over twice, thrice, you will be able to understand. Okay, it is time now. So I will wind up with this one. So what happens when all these things underlying your mind are not cooperating with each other? Say, for example, I believe in one thing, that honesty is the best policy. But when I have to do something else apart from the honesty, like I have to bribe to someone to get the things done. So what happens in myself? I feel guilt. Why that guilt arises? Because there is a conflict between your belief, what you value, and how your attitude is, how you behave. Your personality gets confused. Who am I? Am I a honest person or a dishonest person? Because I have done something, but the personality wise, I believe that value of honesty is more important for the life. Are you able to get the point? So there is a conflict. If you are able to understand this conflict and immediately solve this, how you can solve? You can change a bit this side or that side. We always, what we do, we compromise. That way we grow, we change our belief. So the attitude we accept. But if this, we call this as cognitive dissonance. There is a disappropriation between two things you believe and do. So what happens when this conflict continuously arises? The personality gets confused. So the set, we tell no, relatively set of stable acts that becomes collapsed. There is no predictable act from your side because you have a conflict inside. So when this is at the extreme, we call it as insanity. One who is not able to understand what they believe in, how they react. Are able to understand? That's why the people are acting in a weird way. We call them insane because they are not able to understand, listen to what they are, who they are, and act outside how they are. Okay. So this is how a cognitive dissonance can be found out, understood, and changed. So I gave one example, like telling lies is bad, but sometimes we have to lie. But we don't make it as a big thing, conflict, because we underlying, we accept that, okay, for a good thing, if you lie, it is also acceptable value, right? So this is how I grow. So with this, I think it is almost time. So I would like to wind up with this. And if you have any queries, you can ask in the chat box for a few minutes. There is one question, how is a food habit defines a personality on what ground? Actually, this is a new thing that I also have learned recently. I read an article in biosciences where they have proved that the guts requires the food. Actually, how we say that craving for food. So that craving, how the brain knows that we are craving for certain food. The guts is the bacteria in the guts in your stomach is making the brain, sending signals to the brain to ask for it. So in a way that reflects the personality, what you eat. It becomes a circle, what you eat. So that becomes the bacteria eats that more and you become that. So they say the topic of the article, I remember, if I remember correctly, you are what you eat. So based on that, I told that maybe food habits is also making the personality a different one. A cognitive dissonance is the disturbance between what you believe in and how you react opposite. That's why I give an example. I don't believe in lying. Okay, I know lying is bad. But sometimes if I had to lie for something, you remember like this. See, a group, a mob is chasing a girl. she came into your house and you sent her to a room, okay? And the mob is coming to your door and asking, have you seen the girl? What you are going to do? You know lying is bad. But can you say the truth now? No, it is a conflict. But still, I can accept and understand this dissonance because I am doing it for a good. But if you are not doing it for just for fun, you are lying, or to your mother you are lying, that becomes a disturbance. You are not accepting that. You will learn that no, lying is bad. Next time I will not lie. This is cognitive dissonance. There is a when there is no coordination between the values you believe in, but the behavior is different. Okay, which percentage? That is MTBI. It is in the, you note it down. It is called MTBI test. The presentation on website, the PPTs are different. That is for the previous semester that PPTs are given. PPTs are understand please. PPTs are teaching tools. We use a PPT to just to make the bullet points are to make as a teaching tool, making you to understand what we are teaching. That's all. Okay, it is not notes or it is not book. Okay, yes. You are right. MBTA test, right? You can take that in the next session. You can give the feedback. Okay, right. Cognitive dissonance again. Doing it just now, as I told, in simple ways. If you are behaving in a different way other than what you believe in, we call it as cognitive dissonance. Yeah, I'll recommend some books surely. You see, there are so many books we have given in the syllabus also. For OB, there are so many books, but I would suggest that you take one Indian context book and one Western context book, which will be helping you easily understand the difference, right? Yeah, that is MBTA, the one I have given the exponential form also. That is defined by two people, Myers and Briggs. That's why we call Myers-Briggs test. Okay, so I think no more doubts. So we will wind up. Okay, as usual, give us a feedback. Shall we get in touch? Yes, sure. You can send the mail. Our mail IDs, phone numbers, all these things are available in the website. Again, once again, I'm Dr. Punitha. I'm faculty of DDE. So if you have any queries, you can directly send to my mail ID also. We are there to help. Okay. Okay, so we wind up. It's almost time. Thank you very much. Huh? Okay. Are you able to hear me? You can chat through the chat box, right? If I ask any questions regarding that, anyone can give the answer.
That query number is on now. Oh. Yeah, welcome back to the second session of the evening session of the second day PCP classes. So today we are going to discuss about the second unit of research methodology. The second unit of research methodology we are going to take up. So the second unit, this is second unit. In this second unit, we are going to discuss about the data collection, sources of data, primary data, secondary data, data collection methods, questionnaire, observation, experimentation, sampling methods, type 1 and type 2 errors. So these are the things that we are going to discuss today in this 2 hours session meant for this research methodology. This second unit we are going to discuss. So as we are already aware from the previous session or from the first unit of our research methodology, research means finding answers to the questions or finding solutions to a problem or finding out the required things. So that requires a lot of data. Suppose if you want to find out a solution to a problem, then you need to collect appropriate information. Why? Because to come to a conclusion, what may be the best solution to that problem, in order to come to the conclusion or to take a decision, we need a lot more information. Without information, we cannot take any decision. So that is why we need to go for collection of information. So if the information is right information we are collecting, then our decision is also going to be a right decision. If there is a problem with our information, then the decision is also going to be wrong. Okay. And as it looks like it is not that much simple to collect the data just like that. So there are so many issues involved in this data collection and all. So various methods, various sources of data, various methods of collecting data, and at the same time various instruments making use, and with the same instrument also various methods of recording the data. So all these things will be there. So meanwhile, in many of the studies, what will happen? Collecting data from the all concerned is not possible. From all the people concerned is not possible. Okay. So they will be taking a sample. So what is this sample? What are the various methods of sampling? And what are the different advantages and disadvantages or pros and cons of different sampling methods? What errors may take place in samples? And how they are going to influence our representative data. So all these aspects that we are going to discuss now. So first, to begin with, what is data? What is data? So the term data refers to any kind of information. Any kind of information the researcher wants to collect. The researcher wants to collect from a subject. That means from an object or from respondents, that is from human beings, from participants, say a categorical group from the group. Okay. So either from living things or from non-living things, any information the researcher wants to collect comes under the data. You can say, sir, how a non-living thing can from a non-living thing we can collect the data means it is by observation. See, sometimes what will happen? Suppose we want to know how many red color cars are there in the organization. Okay. See, the car is a non-living thing, but by observation, the car may not be able to say, so I am red car, I am blue car, and I am white car. But being a researcher, you are able to identify what color it is and you can record it. So that is why the data refers to any information researcher wants to collect, either from the living things or from the non-living things. That is what is known as either from a subject matter or from a respondents or participants. Okay. So in that way, the information the researcher is collecting from an object or from a group of participants is data.
Hi everyone, my name is Kevin. Today I want to show you
that is being used to answer the research question. Why? Because the basic research itself, it is answering the questions or providing solution to the problem or suggesting a better way of doing the existing things. Like that it will be there. So all this information, whatever information we are collecting, this will be helpful to answer the research question or to meet the research objective or to suggest a new way or a better way of doing a particular thing. Okay. So in that way, the data is useful. And data collection means the procedure involved, the collecting the data. So data is that information, and the process of that the collecting that information is nothing but the data collection. So data collection is an extremely important part in any research. Why? Because the conclusions of the research, that is either providing answer to a question or meeting the objectives or suggesting a new alternative, all this depends upon the data you are collecting. So based on data only you are coming to a conclusion. So there you are not going to make use of your intuition or your judgment. All these things you are not going to involve, because as we are aware in the previous class itself, one of the qualities of a researcher is unbiased. You are unbiased. So you are neither positive towards that or you are negative towards that. You are neutral. Okay. So the other person says positive about it, you will record that positiveness. And if somebody wants to say negative thing, that negativeness also you will record. So being a researcher, the best quality you are having is you are like unbiased or indecisive. You don't want to be this side or that side. But how you will take a decision and how you will conclude the research means based on the data or the information that you have gathered. So that is why data is going to be the heart, or data is going to be everything for research. So that is why there is a need to go through different sources of data, different methods of collecting data, and for the data collection, different ways of taking sample, different instruments using for collecting data, all these things. That is why we are having in this second unit, which we are going to discuss in the next few slides. Okay, coming to the data collection. The data collection, as I told you, data collection is the process of gathering and measuring the information of variables. Different variables. So variables means different elements. Okay, like how the prices are going on, how the demand is fluctuating, how the supply is fluctuating. Okay, so this information we can gather, right? Why? Because it is this information not only helps us to answer a question, to meet the objective and all, even to draw a new conclusions also, it is quite helpful. Say last week, if you observe, the American federal rates were increased. The Federal Bank increased the interest rates. As a result, what happened? The inflation rate calmed down, and because of that, interest rates gone up, and because of that, the foreign institutional investors they have withdrawn their investments from Indian stock market. As a result, last week it is crash. Almost more than 50,000 crores of hard-earned money of the investors are gone. Okay, so in that way, you can establish the relationship between the Federal Bank interest rates and stock market movements. So that means there is no problem, there is no question. But even then, with the help of data, whatever you have collected, you can come out with a new statement or a new conclusion, which will be useful for the effective functioning of the business. So in that way, data collection is a process. What process? It is not only gathering the data or collecting the data, it is also measuring the information. Measuring the information means how good it is, whether it is relevant information or not, and at the same time, how it is going to influence other factors. All these things are about different variables. That means about different concepts we'll be doing. So that is what is known as data collection. And this data collection is going to be systematic. As we are aware in the previous unit itself, yesterday discussion itself, the entire process of research methodology is a systematic and scientific one. Systematic and scientific one means because it is scientific because we will follow protocol. That means certain principles, rules and regulations we will follow. It is systematic. Why? Because one step after the other step we will be following. Okay. And it is also systematic. Why? Because our biasedness won't be there. Right. So it is all for the purpose of either answering the questions or in order to test the hypothesis, in order to come out with a solution to a problem. We will be keep on collecting the data, and this that entire process the activity of collecting the data, recording the data, and analyzing it. Of course, these are all part and parcel of the research, right? But that is related to data collection part. Okay, so the data collection component of research is common to all fields of study, whether you are undertaking a study in physical sciences or social sciences, or humanities, or business studies, or even in literature also, whatever it may be, it is going to be common, the collection component. That means data is essential, but how this data collection methods will vary. Why? Because based on discipline, that means based on the subject which you are undertaking for research, the methods may vary. Suppose the physical sciences people, mainly they depend upon experimentation data. Okay. Why? Because they have to try various combinations to come out with new, say if you take pharmaceutical sciences, the scientist has to try various combinations to come out with new molecules. Okay. So any scientist is coming out with a new medicine means it doesn't mean it is entirely new to the world. It is a new combination of different chemical components. Okay, what are all these medicines? These are all different combination of different chemicals which already exists. So that combination is not known to you. With your observations and by doing it repeatedly, by changing the variables and all these things, you are able to come out with an innovation. So that is why a physical sciences scientist may depend. That is, physical sciences includes physics, chemistry, all those things. Okay, so the physical sciences scientist may depend upon experimentation data, whereas the business studies researcher or the market researcher may depend upon the marketing data, the data which is available at the market. So the thing is, data collection is common and data is required to every research, but the methodology, the way you will collect the data differs from one discipline to the other discipline. Okay, so now if you see the importance of ensuring accurate and appropriate data, why? Because regardless of the field of study, whether it is quantitative study or qualitative study, quantitative study means you will be recording in hard numbers. Qualitative means it is only descriptive in nature. So whether it is a quantitative study or qualitative study, accurate data is essential, because if the data is wrong, then automatically your result is also going to be wrong. So that is why we need to reduce the likelihood of errors. But see, as you are aware, to err is human. Okay, so because while human beings are doing that, errors may take place. But if you say that if the data is maybe right or may not be right, then why should you study all the business studies and all these things? So you are doing it professionally means, see what is the difference between professionally managing a business organization and normally managing a business organization means a professional manager will reduce the risks. Why? Because managing is for the future. Future is always uncertain. The uncertain leads to lot of risks. But when you are a professional one, that means you are having the scientific knowledge about that particular area of activity, you can reduce the risk of failure. And by that, you can increase the probability of success. That is the difference between the professional manager and a non-professional manager. When a non-professional manager manages the business, the probability is 0.5, 50-50. Either they may success or they may not succeed. But when a professional manager manages it, because they are all going to take the data based on the data collected through the research, okay, the probability under any circumstances, the probability of success will be greater than 0.5 and the probability of success will be much less than 0.5. Okay, so in that way, the professional manager makes the difference. And how the professional manager is able to make the difference between when compared with a normal manager means it is all based upon the research data. Data only speaks. Okay, so data speaks through the professional manager. By itself, it cannot speak, but it will make the manager to speak based on the data. Then what are the, see, that is positive side that we discussed. Based on the consequences of improperly collected data. If you are not properly collecting the data, that is improperly collecting, that leads to disasters. So when improper data collection is there, if the data is not collected properly, you may not be able to answer the research question. That is the basic purpose for which you are conducting the research. As we are already aware, the basic purpose of research is either to answer a question or to find out a solution to a problem or to suggest a new methodology or a new alternative, a new way of doing an existing thing, say for betterment of the business house. So that is all possible only when you do it with appropriate data. So if an improper data collection is there, you may not be able to do all those things. And you are unable to repeat the validated studies because validity should be there. So just like that, if you say that, what is the validity? How can others believe that? So for checking this validity and all, these statistical tests are there, which we are going to discuss in the 3rd and 4th units. So distorted findings. Distorted findings means the actual reality is different and you are going to conclude in a different way. Misleading other researchers. Because based on your research, the other researchers may extend the research activity. Suppose if you undertake a research activity in India, so another researcher from America may take your model and they may do how it is happening in America. Or an American researcher do it, another Japanese researcher may take up the same methodology and they may go with the research in their own country. Okay, so if while you are doing, if it is wrong, that unnecessarily misleads to other researchers and that will create disasters. And compromising on the decisions for public policy. This public policy decisions means mainly related to the government. As we are aware, what is why all of a sudden there is great importance to the methodology and all these things means, see, as you are aware, nowadays, earlier, if you go back 20 years back or so, the government decisions used to be on economic theories. Okay, different economic theories are there. But now more of the experimentation is taking place. Experimentation is taking place means they are conducting surveys to understand, because our experimentation is in the society. See, they are conducting surveys to understand what the people, the public wants, and in what way it is going to be useful to the society, and what they are expecting from the ruling party, like that. And of course, the negative side is also there. Our people are equally good in negatively making use of it. So because they are mainly concentrating on the voters, and one state after the other state, they are coming out with freebies, which is not at all good for economy. Okay. Which is not at all good for economy, right? So in that way, what will happen? The research methodology will help us to take appropriate decisions. Okay. So in that way, if you are collecting the improper data, that leads to so many disasters. Right. So the most critical objective of data collection is the data must be good enough. That is information rich. Information rich means it must be accurate. It must be authentic. So that in that way, when the collected information is accurate information, right type of information and authentic information, then it is known as it is a information rich. That is the meaning of information rich. So whatever data we are collecting, it must be information rich, and it must come for statistical analysis. That statistical analysis we will learn in third and fourth chapters, third and fourth units. Okay, so it should come for statistical analysis. Why? Because the analysis only gives you the result. Okay, so that is why research data are generally classified as either as quantitative or qualitative. What is this quantitative data means? These are the information expressed in numerical values. In hard numbers, you can express it. Say number of students in a class, number of youngsters in a particular town. Okay, the age group of the residents of a particular colony. Okay, the grades of the students in a particular class, the test scores of students in a particular section. So like that, in hard numbers, you can indicate. Then what is qualitative data means? These are descriptive information which has no numerical values. So the attitude of persons, then you may have doubt, sir, when it is not in numericals and all these things. My dear friends, by observation, you can first record them as qualitative data. After that, there is mechanism. There are instruments which helps you to convert the qualitative data into quantitative data. Finally, exclusively with the help of qualitative data, we may not be able to arrive at a better conclusion. So later, what we will do is definitely the input will be a qualitative data, that is like a person's attitude, the perception of the consumers about a particular product, the feeling of people about the government policies. Like that, the qualitative data we can collect, but later we can convert this qualitative data into quantitative data. Right. Then whether it is a quantitative data or qualitative data, based on the sources where from we are collecting or how we are collecting, this data collection is broken down into primary data and secondary data. Primary data and secondary data. Now let us try to examine what we mean by the primary data and what we mean by the secondary data. Okay. So the two sources or methods of data, as we are aware, one is primary data and the other one is secondary data. Primary data means primary data is that data which the researchers collects for exclusively for the purpose in hand. So afresh you are collecting the data. Already somebody else might have collected the data, but you are collecting the data for the purpose in hand. So then it is known as primary data. You are collecting from source, not from other sources. Right from basic source you are collecting the data. Then secondary data means the data was already collected, maybe for some other purpose or maybe by some other researchers or even in a regular government reports like thing also there. So already data exists, somebody collected it, just you are going to take up it. So the best example is census data. The best example is census data. Suppose in order to have a business plan in one particular town, if you want to implement a business plan. So for that purpose, you need to know, you would like to know how many males are there and how many females are there. So if for that purpose, if you want to collect the primary data, door to door, your people should go and they should record how many male are there and how many female are there. But on the other hand, the other possibility is because that going door to door, all these things, what will happen? It is time consuming and it is also cost expensive. Okay. Instead of that, what will happen? Every day, what we can do, the same research means every 10 years, the government will be collecting census data. So from the statistical department of Government of India, you can take the details of that particular town. So in that particular town, how much is the population? How many male are there or how many female are there? Okay. So you can, and from that, what is the growth rate? Suppose the data is collected 5 years back. So during these 5 years, there will be growth rate. So what is the general growth rate when we observe the earlier data? Okay. So in that way, you are adding that additions to the existing, because new births will be there and deaths will also be there. So by considering the birth rate and death rate, both in the male segment and female segment, you will come to a conclusion that this may be the population, male and female population in one particular town. So in that way, doing and arriving required data collecting is secondary data. Okay. So primary data is so good, highly accurate, because on behalf of you, your people are collecting the data. But the major constraint is time and cost. You need more time to collect the data and it is also expensive. Whereas secondary data, within no time, because already it is collected. So from the published books, from the newspapers, from magazines, journals, nowadays all online portals, okay, from different government portals, you can get the data. Then methods of data collection. Methods of data collection. So as we have seen, primary data and secondary data. So secondary data, the secondary data can be collected from various documents like government publications, industry publications, the normal general publications, the individual records of the people. Okay. Because nowadays this Aadhaar card and all, this Aadhaar details, Aadhaar UDI portal and all, it is getting much more information. So how many people are, because Aadhaar is linked to many of the things. So how many people are having PAN cards, how many people are having credit cards, debit cards, all this data also you can gather. Okay. And how many, say, how many people are having 2 mobile SIMs, 3 mobile SIMs, like that also, because all of them are linked to the Aadhaar. You can have that information also, right? So already existing data from some source you will collect it, and it is not going to be collected by you, but you are going to make use of that data in your research. That is secondary source. The primary source, as we are aware, primary source of information, we can collect the data. We may collect the data by with the help of questionnaire, with the help of observation, with the help of experimentation. So in various ways we may collect the data. Then this is the primary data collection methods. Coming to primary data collection methods. Yeah. So qualitative are there, quantitative are there. Qualitative means non-numerical, quantitative means numerical. So in quantitative, how we can collect the data means either meeting face to face or through online, through mails, by phone. These are the different ways. Okay. So qualitative data also same online forums, from this social media. So in-depth interviews, online communication. So with the help of these things, we can have this qualitative data. And then what are the tools available for collecting the primary data from the primary sources means there are so many tools available, but mainly we'll take the research tools like questionnaire, observation and experimentation. Questionnaire, observation and experimentation. So questionnaire, observation, experimentation. So we need to let us go through this questionnaire, observation, experimentation in detail. Okay, because that is going to be the majority of the subject matter in this second unit. Okay, so now let us take up one after the other. First, we will take up the questionnaire. So remember, for secondary data or collecting data from secondary sources, already documents will be there, either online or offline. You have to collect the data. For that doesn't require any thorough analysis or understanding. But the only thing is the primary data only requires a lot of efforts, and you need to, because the research itself, you have to follow the scientific methods. So this requires a careful study. So the main tools available for data collection as a from primary sources or primary data is their questionnaire, observation, experimentation. And first, let us take up the questionnaire. So the questionnaire is a research instrument, as we are already aware. These are the instruments: questionnaire, this observation, this experimentation. These are all the various instruments to collect the data. Okay. So questionnaire is an instrument. Questionnaire is a research instrument consisting of set of questions. Different questions will be there. Because it consists of questions, it is known as questionnaire. So why these questions means all these questions are intended to capture responses from the respondents. Okay. The respondents may be members of the society. So from society, from whom you want to collect the data, in order to collect the data from them, these questions will be there. They will be giving reply to that questions. So in that way, you are collecting the first-hand information. See, these questions may be, questions means the questions which are being used in questionnaire may be structured one or unstructured one. So what is structured question means? Structured questions ask the respondent to select an answer from a given set of choices. Okay, only two choices will be there. You are educated, not educated. Say yes or no, right? Like that. So only given option. So your education level, PUC, degree, PG. If you want to indicate something else like doctorate, like schooling and all these things, there may not be any option. Okay. Unstructured questionnaires means the same question. Your education. What about your education level? There, suppose you may, rather than saying that PUC or UG, you may say that I am an engineer, I am a doctor. See, whether it is engineer or doctor, it is only graduation. But people may respond as per their will and wish. So engineer, doctor, some people this vocational courses like ITI. Okay, some technical courses like polytechnic, diploma courses and all. So you may indicate your own. Okay, the option is at yours. But whereas that is not possible in case of a structured questionnaire. So structured questionnaire means simply one of the answers suggested by the or indicated by the researcher you should select. Unstructured questionnaire means for that question answer you can give as per your will and wish. Of course, that is also will and wish, but your choice within the given things you have to select. But here, whatever you want to indicate, you can indicate. Okay. Then if you take up what are the characteristics of a good questionnaire, every questionnaire should fulfill certain characteristics. So it should deal with important and significant topics. Unnecessary questions we should not put. Unnecessary information we should not collect. And its significance is carefully stated, because you should say for what purpose you are collecting that data, and at the same time you should stick on for that. So by saying that I am collecting this data for some purpose and you should not make use of it for a different purpose, that is against the ethics of the research. Okay. So the questionnaire in the covering letter of the questionnaire, you should indicate for what purpose you want to collect the data. Okay, whether it is for academic purpose or for institutional purpose, for what purpose you would like to collect the data, you should indicate. Right. And the sources like from books, reports and records, if you are collecting from some secondary sources, you should indicate that should be indicated that because so many of the times the questions itself you may be taking from some books or so. So that should be properly acknowledged, or you might be taking from the contributions of some other researchers. So that should also be indicated. And the questions to the possible extent, the questions should be short in nature. Right. So and that arrangement of questions and all these things, that lettering, that page adjustment, what we call as DTP or so, it should be so attractive. See, some it is in a haphazard manner. If it is there, nobody will show interest to fill that questionnaire. So that is why. So the attractiveness of the questionnaire is also very, very important. Attractiveness in appearance. Okay, that requires you have to arrange the questions in a sequential manner, neatly. You have to type it without error, mistakes and all. So that should be taken care. So in that way, instead of written questionnaires, either typed on the computer or printed questionnaires may be used. Okay. Directions should be clear and complete. So in order to fill the directions, in order to fill the questions, so what instructions you would like to give, that should be clear and complete. There should not be any ambiguity. Okay. And important terms, what you mean by that term, that also you should indicate. Right. So the questions should be objective and with no clues and hints or suggestions. So because if you give some hint or suggestion, that influences them to be in favor of your suggestion. Okay, so that those things should be avoided. Questions are presented in an order from a simple to complex, because beginning itself a complex question if you put, then it may be difficult. Right. And appropriate order is also important. Suppose first if you ask how many children are there, next you should not ask, see, because based on the reply you can ask, but first if you ask a question how many children you are having, then if the respondent says that 2 children, then you should not ask are you married or not. Okay, because our Indian system, of course, though the society is accepting other things also, but officially, legally, it is not there. Okay, that is why you should not ask that unorderly question. Suppose the respondent says that no children, then you can inquire further whether you are married or not. So that is only you can. That is, these are known as filtered questions. Okay. So in order to avoid ambiguous questions, you can go for filtered questions. Right. Suppose this filtered question means first if you ask whether you are married or not, if that respondent says that I am not married, you should not say ask how many children are there. Okay. So all these things that you have to take care, and there are double negatives, adverbs, descriptive adjectives, all these things should be avoided. We should not show our literary talent in the questionnaire to confuse the respondent. Double-barreled questions should be avoided. So what is a double-barreled question and all that we'll explain in the next few PPTs. Then how to construct? Okay, sir, you are saying that we should follow the questionnaire should be like this and this. Then how to construct a questionnaire? So for everything already researchers did lot of research and they have given lot of information to us. So now what I am doing is I am collecting that information and I am disseminating that information to you. I am not creating the information. Just being a teacher, I am collecting that information and I am trying to explain what it is and how it is going to be implemented. So then from the researcher's contribution, let us see how to construct a questionnaire. Questionnaire means how to write all these questions and all. Right. So while writing the questions and all, questionnaires must contain simple but straightforward directions. Simple words you should use, but there should not be any ambiguity. or any difficulty in understanding and answering the questions. So don't use ambiguous questions or questions based on presumptions. So with your guess, with suppositions and all these things, if you come out with questions, that influences the answer. So that answer is influenced means the data collected is not representing the true picture. Then your decision will be wrong. So everything goes waste. Then don't ask leading questions. That means how often do you, for example, how often do you wash your car? See, without knowing whether the gentleman or woman is having car or not, you should not ask a question like how often do you wash your car? Okay. So first you should ask a filter question like whether they are having car or not. After confirmation, you may ask, see how many times in a year or how many times in a month you will wash your car. That you can ask that question, right? And double-barreled questions. Double-barreled questions means instead of asking two questions, we will combine the two questions and we will ask a question that is double-barreled question. Okay. So that should be avoided. Why? Because the definite answer you may not be able to get when you are going with double-barreled questions. Then coming to the types of questionnaires. That means the types of questions are what type of questions and all these things will be there. It means mainly closed-ended questions, open-ended questions, and a combination of both. Okay. So now let us see what we mean by this closed-ended, open-ended, combination and other type of questions. See, the first one is closed format questions or closed-ended questions. Closed format questions or closed-ended questions means this will be only answers are indicated. Answers are already indicated by the researcher. So out of that answers, you have to select one. So the example is an example of a closed-ended question is if group tests are used in your school, by whom are they administered? That means who are going to conduct the tests? Okay, whether administrators or counselors or psychologists or psychometricians or the teachers themselves or any others. So like that, you are giving options. Out of that options, you have to select one. So that is closed-ended question. It is a question, but the ending is closed. Why? Because your answer is going to be one among the indicated one. So that is why it is a closed-ended one. Then the second type is open-ended. In this open-ended, only question will be asked. So they won't indicate any answers. Say for example, state your opinion on the quality of product X. Okay, so you can give anything. You can give any opinion. Okay, that is not. See, if the same question, if you want to make it as closed-ended, you can say good, very good, good, average, poor, very poor, like that. If you put options, then it will become a closed-ended question. But if you are not indicating any options, then it is only an open-ended question. Okay. Then sometimes the questions may be a combination of open-ended and closed-ended. The questionnaire. Some questions may be open-ended questions, and some questions may be closed-ended. Okay. So both the types you can combine. And other types of questions are dichotomous questions. That means only two options will be there. Yes or no. Do you like products of X company? Yes or no. There is no other third option. Yes or no. So that means only out of two you have to choose one. That is dichotomous questions. You cannot say not known. Like not like that. That possibility is not there. Okay, either yes or no. That's all. And other types of questions that is the another category includes importance questions. So that means how important, how much importance you are giving to that statement. That is that indicating that. So cost-effective services are dash, or cost-effective services are extremely important, very important, somewhat important, not important, not very important. Okay. So that means your opinion. Some people may feel that the services should be there, but it should be cost effective. Some people may feel it is extremely important. Some people may simply feel it is only important, somewhat important. Okay. Otherwise also it is okay. That's some category of people will be like that. So based on the importance, the level of importance, if you are giving answers, then they are known as importance questions. Then the most important one is the Likert questions. Likert questions means you will take a neutral one. From neutral one, how many steps you go positive side, same number of steps you have to go negative side also. That is why always Likert scale answers will be either 5 or 7 or 9. Okay. So this Likert questions means X corporation produces products have to improve on quality. So one answer is agree, strongly agree. Okay. The center one is neutral, neither agree nor disagree, undecided. And fourth answer may be disagree. Fifth one is strongly disagree. That means agree side, agree and strongly agree. From middle to one side you have gone 2 steps. In the other side also you are going 2 steps. So that is why that one side 2 steps, another side is 2 steps, and the neutral one is 1. So 5 answers will be there. And then the next one is bipolar questions. Bipolar questions. Okay. Bipolar questions means how do you describe the services of X corporation? Efficient, inefficient. So for every characteristic, we will give some options. Efficient, inefficient. Fast, slow. Reliable, unreliable. Okay. So sometimes what will happen? The services may be good, but they are so slow. Sometimes what will happen? They may be doing fast service, but the services are not reliable, unreliable. So that you can indicate. So these are bipolar questions. That means for every characteristic, what will happen? 2 options will be there. So that you can indicate. Then rating scales. The rating scales. So how would you rate the services of X corporation? Good, fair, average, poor, or very poor. Okay. This also looks like a Likert scale, but it slightly differs from Likert scale. Okay. Why? Because even one side also you can go any number of steps. Say you can say very good, good, fair, average, poor, very poor. Okay. You need not say worst. Right. So, but whereas in Likert scale and all, neutral from positive side, how many steps you go, negative side also you should come with the same number of steps. But in rating scales and all, how you rate means from 0 to 10 point scale also you can rate, or within the given numbers also you can give, right? So these things are known as rating scales. So different types of questions you can make use in your questionnaire. So all that what we discussed is indicated in this PPT, questionnaire designing. So principles of wording, as we are aware, it should be simple, and there should not be any ambiguity in that. Content and purpose of the question, that means you should indicate what for you are collecting all that information. So wording and language, there should not be any double meanings or distorted meaning should not be there. Type and form of questions, that is open-ended, closed-ended. Sequence of questions, classification. So whether you are collecting the primary data or second, of course for primary data only collection, this questionnaire is important. So either by observation, and data collection can also be done with observation and experimentation also. So this by observation also you can fill the questionnaire. Okay, that instead of the respondent says, you will be filling the questionnaire. Of course, they are known as like schedules and all. So the principles of measurement, principles of wording, and a general care you have to take while designing the questionnaire. So whatever has to be done, so that is indicated in this PPT. And next thing is a simple questionnaire by including various types of questions were indicated here. So 8 different types of questions I discussed, and in this questionnaire we included all the 8 different types of questions. Okay, open-ended, closed-ended, mixed, all those things, and how the covering letter should be, and what instructions we should give, So all those things were indicated by with this sample questionnaire, right? Then the advantages part of questionnaires. We should look into the advantages and disadvantages also. So when you look into the advantages of the questionnaires, practicality, because the questionnaires it is by getting answers by questioning the respondents. So questionnaires enable the response researchers to get the response from target audience and type of questions, format of the questions also within your control. So by that, as we have seen, information rich data can be collected. Information rich means accurate data, in the right form, that data should be there, and cost efficiency. So because rather than see, whatever data you need, that only you are collecting, because that relevant questions only be there. So that is why your time and cost efforts will be saved. That means when compared with directionless questions, this questionnaire will help you to collect the data in a directed way. And because you are collecting the only required data, then it is going to be cost effective. Speed, because you are not just allowing the respondent to speak as per their will and wish. Rather than they can speak as per their will and wish, but it is only to the questions. In responding only, as per their will and wish, they can say. They need not see, even questionnaire is not there, they can speak anything. If you ask them to speak, from that conversation, the information may come or may not come. But when straight questions are there, so in a objective oriented manner, within no time you can collect the data. Comparability will be there. So why? Because same questions you are asking from different regions, different countries, different genders, different age groups and all, you can compare the data. And to continue the advantages of questionnaires, scalability is possible when you insert this Likert scales and importance scales like that. On a scale, you can collect the data, which will be easy for analysis. Standardization, because same questions you are asking, the procedure is standardized and respondent comfort will be there, because you are avoiding all ambiguity and any indecent questions and all you are avoiding. The respondent feel comfort in answering your questions, and it will be easy for analysis. Then and of course, along with advantages, there are certain disadvantages also associated with the questionnaire method of collecting the data. So the disadvantages include honor dishonesty, answering dishonestly. That means the respondent may not be giving correct answers. Okay, if they are not honest, that problem, the answers is not going to represent the exact data. Okay, questions skipping. Some people may not answer all the questions. So interpretation difficulties. Some people you might be asking in one direction, they may be interpreting in another direction. So that interpretation difficulties would be there. So survey fatigue. Survey fatigue means the respondents may experience survey fatigue because they may receive too many surveys. Okay, suppose if you are in the university system, then all the researchers, every researcher will come out with a questionnaire, and they want us to fill the questionnaires. It is very difficult because though we are faculty members, we are also part and parcel of the society. We are also consumers. So they want us to fill the questionnaires. How many questionnaires we can fill? Right. So analysis challenges will be there. So in analysis, particularly when open-ended questions are there, analysis will become a difficulty. Unconsciousness responses will be there. Some people without paying much attention. So either by speaking over phone or looking into some YouTube or something also, they can fill the questionnaires. Okay. So that is unattentive answers will also be there. And coming to questionnaires and surveys. Why? Because many people misinterpret that the questionnaires and surveys are one and same. But remember, friends, survey is a research method, but whereas questionnaire is an instrument. So in order to do survey, sometimes or many of the times you need a questionnaire. And without questionnaire also, of course, unstructured survey you can do. But remember, survey is a method of doing the activity. Questionnaire is an instrument. Questionnaire is an instrument for collecting the data. Okay. So this is what we mean by questionnaire, which is an instrument regularly and widely used instrument. So as indicated by the administration, here we'll break for 10 minutes. Now it is 2:55. Again, let us come back at 3:05. Okay, 5 minutes in this hour and another 5 minutes in the next hour. Together 10 minutes we will take a break and let us discuss again, start our discussion from 3:05. Yeah, welcome back. The next another instrument available for data collection is observation. So through observation also we can collect the primary data. So what is this observation method means? As the term itself indicates, observation is collecting the data through what we see, what we feel, and what we experience. Based on that, collecting the data. Okay, and this observation way of collecting data may be participatory or may not be non-participatory. So that details we will see. Right. So observation data basically it involves watching what is happening, listening what they are saying, reading what is there in the that literature, touching, because certain say if you want to assess the smoothness of a product, you should touch it, recording the behavior and characteristics of the individuals. So with observation we can record the data. That is also one primary data collection method. Okay. And this collecting the primary data through observation may be structured or may be unstructured. What is structured means structured or systematic observation. That is, it is conducted by using specific variables according to predefined schedule. So just like that, you cannot use your own intuition. So there will be defined variables. Only you have to take care of those defined variables, and based on that you have to make your observation, and you should come out with the observation recording. So unstructured observation means it is conducted in open and free manner. Suppose the attitude of an individual you want to observe. If it is structured one, there will be certain indicators. Say how often he feel angry. Okay, how often that means once in an hour if he expresses his dissatisfaction or feels angry, then that should be considered as negative attitude or positive attitude. That indication will be there, clear indication will be there. That means your judgment part will be very less. But whereas in unstructured, so nothing will be no instruction will be given to you, but you should decide. You should decide. Okay. Whether that attitude is a negative attitude or positive attitude, you should decide. So your own judgment factors you can use. Okay. And observation may be divided into overt and covert. Overt category and covert category. What is this overt category means? Overt observation means the respondents are aware that they are being observed. Overt and covert category. What is overt means? Overt, in overt, the respondents are aware that they are observed by the researcher. In covert, what will happen? The respondents are not aware that they are being observed by the researcher. Okay. So among the overt and covert, covert may be better. Why? Because they will display their natural phenomenon. When it is not known to them that somebody is observing, suppose nowadays some CCTV cameras are there. How people will behave when they are being covered in CCTV, they behave in a different way. And if they go out of the purview of CCTV, they may exhibit their own natural behavior. It may be good or may not be good. That is different. Okay. But when it is known to them, always controlled behavior and the positive side of the behavior will be there. But when it is covert observation, that means when the respondents are not aware that they are being observed, then they will exhibit their natural phenomenon, and by that the actual or factual data will come. Okay. Then types of observation: participant observation, non-participant observation. It may be overt or covert. Participant observation means you will be one among the group and you will be observing others. Non-participation means you are not the member of the group, but you will be observing the group. Okay. Controlled observation. Controlled observation means the It is like a laboratory observation or field observation it may be, but all the variables are controlled. Okay. So that means in the controlled conditions, you will be making the observation. Right. Say, suppose normally these controlled observations and all these in pharmaceutical research it will come. So you will be taking one group. They will be given a particular diet and you will be observing how effectively the medicine is working on them. For another group, you give a different dose of medicine and you will be observing how it is working. So like that, controlled in a controlled observation, different factors or different variables will be taken care and it will be controlled with you. With you in the sense the researcher, and they will be making the observation. Uncontrolled means just it will be no one will control the variables and just they will observe and record the things. So direct observation, indirect observation. Direct observation means directly with your eyes you will be looking into. Indirect observation means you will be making use of these mechanical devices, photographic devices, other electronic digital equipment you will be using. So to capture the movements and those things you will be watching and then you will be making recording your observations. And there are certain ethical issues involved in the observation. So the fully informed consent of research participants is one of the basic ethical considerations. That means you see who is observing and when they are going to observe, you need not say, but they must be aware that it is being done for certain purpose. Okay. So either before or after it should be known to them. The behavior of sample group members may change with negative implications. That means if the researcher is not a friendly manner or like an authoritative style of way, if they want to collect the data, then at that time the behavior of the respondents may change. So that you should not impose that. That means by threatening or by threatening, threatening means not only with the help of this muscle power and all, with official power and all, you should not make them influence and you should not make the observations. Okay. This observation, a sample worksheet by observation, how you can collect the data. A sample is given in this PPT. And for recording of your observation, because these are all qualitative terms, you have to put them in concrete terms. So there are various ways of recording the observations. One is narrative. Narrative means just what happens, what are all your observations in a descriptive form, you will record the things. And second way of recording is scales. Scales means in a 1 to 5 scale or so, like that. See, you can see this scale. So positive side some 5 points, negative side from some 5 points, and in between 0 will be there, neutral will be there. So for each variable, you will be recording on this. Okay, scale recording. Then categorical recording. See, this categorical recording means passive, active, whether the person is passive or active, whether the person is introvert or extrovert. Okay, whether 3 categories, like a person comes to the office always late, sometimes late, or they will never come late. Okay, and there may be 5 categories also, right? So your judgment or the person, the employee will accept the organizational policies. Strongly agree, uncertain, disagree, strongly disagree. Like that, in different categories, you can, like a Likert scale, in different categories, you will be making the recordings. Then recording on mechanical devices. So rather than recording by yourself, you will take the help of different electronic devices or mechanical devices to record the things. Okay. So which method of recording the data you are taking, it all depends upon the objective of the research and the purpose of the research and the judgment level of the researcher. Okay. Then when this observation method can be used means when it is sensitive information and when you don't trust your participants, or your participants are not in a position to fill the questionnaires, and reporting, self-reporting is not possible at that time, you can go for observational. When the topic is new and robust data is there and it requires a lot of explanation to the respondents, then you may go for observational method. When behavior in a controlled setting is critical, then also you can go for observational method. And when you need more information about a specific research question, so then also you can go for observational method. And observational method this method is having both advantages and disadvantages. So advantages of observation data collection method, it includes direct access to research phenomena and high levels of flexibility. That means research phenomena, you will be knowing, being a researcher, you will be knowing in what direction it is going because immediate result. Okay, high level of flexibility and application and generating permanent record of because you are recording your observations, that will become a permanent record. But there, at the same time, there are certain disadvantages. For observation, only one observer will be there, so it is a long time taking process and high levels of observers bias, because though that respondent may be good, but because of your bias, it is somehow you don't like that fellow and you may record negative things about that fellow. So high level of bias will be there. Impact of this observer biasness impact will be there on primary data, and automatically it will be there on the total group data. Influence will be there, and it will be there by that the influence on the decision making. That is observation. So we have for primary data collection, so far we have examined the questionnaire and observation method, and the third method is experimentation method. The third important method is experimentation method. Okay, so what is this experimentation method? Means this experimentation is also called this is also called experimental research. Okay, so it is here this research will be conducted in a scientific approach by using two or more variables. Two or more variables they will use, and one set of independent variables and other set of dependent variables. So the first variable, that is independent, is a constant that you can manipulate as per your requirement, and the second one, it is dependent variable, is it varies based on the influence of the independent variable. So I will make you understand with the help of an example. Okay, so suppose you want to know the relationship between price and sales, promotional activities and sales. So here the price factors like price, promotion, these are independent factors, but the sales growth, all these are dependent factors. Why? Because when there is a change in price, there may be change in the sales growth, or there may be change in the revenue. Okay, so this price at different prices you are controlling, means different price at different price levels you will be making observations, because that is the price and promotion, those are independent, and the sales growth in revenues, growth in sales, growth in revenue, these are dependent factors. Okay, so the factors that change because of the alterations of the independent variables are called dependent variables. Right. So the purpose of using experimental research is to study the market. So you are at different prices, you are studying different the growth in the sales at different prices, means it is to decide an appropriate price to the product. So in that way, the researchers aim to alter these independent factors by knowing the result of dependent factors. So in that way, this method, experimentation method, can also be used as a part and parcel of business studies. Okay. Why I am saying is, normally when you say experimentation, means experimentation is laboratory. Lab means in between four walls only you can do. So that is experimentation for physical sciences. So what we are discussing is experimentation for social sciences. Okay. So experimentation is a research process used to observe cause and effect cause and effect. What is the reason and how it is influencing? One each factor, cause and effect. Okay. Suppose you are using umbrella. What is the cause? It is raining outside. So cause is rain. Effect is you are using umbrella or you are using a raincoat. Okay. So that is cause and effect relationship. Say if it comes to the business studies, right? The people are buying lesser quantities of tea powder. Lesser quantities of tea powder. Earlier they used to buy say 500 grams, 600 grams like that. Now they are buying less. Why? What is the reason? So the cause is recently the price of coffee powder came down. So because many of the people, they make use of this coffee and tea as alternatives, because the price of the coffee powder is less, they may feel better to buy that coffee powder because it is available for lesser price than tea powder. Okay. Or sometimes that is one way of cause and relation. Or some other another reason may be, okay, during this COVID and all, people had much more tea. Okay, but not a normal tea powder tea. They had with this ginger, this black pepper, like that, this turmeric, like that they used. With the help of that, they used to prepare tea and they used to have it. Okay, and at the same time, there may be some herbal teas comes into the market. And nowadays people are earlier those who are not taking tea also now they are taking. But majority of them, they are going towards this green tea, black tea, like that they are going. Okay. So this is cause and effect. What made them? They understood that, see, if it is green tea, you need not add milk, you need not add sugar and all those things. So by that, what will happen nowadays, because all people are more worried about their fitness. So when you are taking normal tea, high calories will go in. But whereas if you take a green tea and all, low calories, and at the same time, the green tea may be having the quality of developing antioxidants within your body, and it may eliminate all toxicants from your body. So because of that, people are liking that. So because of its medicinal effect. So like that, cause and effect you can establish in through experimentation. That cause and effect study comes under experimentation methodology of collecting the data, primary data in business studies. Okay. See, this also in this PPT, I tried to explain with the help of one example. Say nowadays people are facing this mainly dandruff problem, right? So you want to study whether your product is a dandruff product protection is cured by your product or not. That means to what extent your product is protecting them from this dandruff. So here you will do this variable is whether they are using your product or not. So you will make two groups. Okay. And on one group, they will use your product. Another group, they won't use your product. They may use some other thing. Okay, some other traditional thing. So, or they may not at all use any other product. Right. So then at that time, so with the first group, which is using your product, whether the dandruff is effectively taken care or not. So that will decide the usage of your product and the effect on dandruff protection. So cause and effect relationship that like that you can establish. Right. So this different ways of experimentation. It is laboratory and field experimentation. Laboratory experimentation will be for physical sciences, and field experimentation will be for the social sciences. Okay. So this experimental research, sometimes also known as hypothesis testing or deductive research, and this experimental research can be of pre-experimental research, true experimental research, and quasi-experimental research. Then if we go through what is this pre-experimental research means, a researcher observes a single group or multiple groups after the implementation of some treatment that is assumed to lead changes. So after the implementation, that means before and after won't be there, only after using a drug. So how the health of a particular selected group is there. So this is pre-experimental in the sense before using the product. You want to test your product before using the product, how their health is. Okay, so if they don't have that that ailment or so, there it is not necessary to them to test your product on them. They don't have ailment itself. Then the result you need not those people are cannot be tested. Why? Because that ailment itself is not there. Okay. Suppose you want same example. If you take that dandruff example, if you want to test your product on those people who don't have dandruff, then what is the use of testing the product? They don't have dandruff itself. Then how you will be knowing those people? If you select those people who don't have dandruff itself, how you will be knowing whether your product is effectively working on this dandruff protection or not? So that pre-experimental research design, this will take care whether we can proceed further with that particular group or not. Then within this one-shot case study method is there, like testing flexible working hours and productivity. Flexible working hours and productivity. Okay, so pre-test and post-test research design here. So here what will happen, how it is before and how it is after. Same example if you take how the productivity is before flexible working hours and after flexible working hours. Static group comparison. So it is observed between two groups. They are assumed the result of the manipulations of the independent variables. So they are aware that they will be observed when flexible timings are there, because flexible timings means some people may think that if they are not aware that their work will be observed, then simply in a natural way they don't work at all. They will just come as per their convenience. They will sign in the attendance register and go. But under this static group comparison, the group knows, aware that how much work they are doing, what work they are doing, it is being observed. Then automatically the change will be there. Then second method is true experimental research. So this is like hypothesis testing, experimental research design. It will take care of the accurate information because with the help of statistical analysis, we are going to test the hypothesis. Okay, here random sampling will be taken because that a group doesn't know or not aware they are being observed or they are being becoming part and parcel of an experiment. Then the third one is quasi-experimental research. So in this is also like true experimental research, but it is not the same because the difference is that the difference between true experimental research and quasi-experimental research is that participants in the control group. In the quasi-experimental research, the group on which they are testing, it is not like randomly selecting the people. It is from a selective group. Again, we will be selecting the people. Then there are certain advantages associated with this experimental research. The biggest advantage is experimental research is that it gives an opportunity to test your idea before you take a decision to go for the market. The other advantages include researchers have more control over the results. The results of experimental research is valid. Why? Because through testing you are recording them. The results found can be generalized in similar ideas, and it enables hypothesis testing. But at the same time, there are certain disadvantages associated with the experimental research design. Say the more human involvement is there, it is prone to human errors, and experimental research takes place strictly in the controlled laboratory-like conditions, and because of that, the results may not be because in natural environment people will behave differently, and in controlled environment people will behave differently. So that is why the results may not be like a generalized result. Okay, And this experimental research is also a time consuming one and costly one. Right? So which type of, whether you are deciding experimental research under laboratory conditions or under this true experimentation method. So it all depends upon the purpose and objective of the research you are undertaking. So we briefly discussed the three important primary data collection instruments. They are questionnaire, observation, and experimentation. Questionnaire, observation, and experimentation. So now, in order to collect the data, it is not at all possible to collect the data from the total respondents. That means from the total population, it is not possible. Okay, so we'll go for sampling. We'll go for a sample. So sample, what is the sample means? The sample is a small group which represents the bigger group. Sample is in simple terms. What is this sample means? Sample is a small group which represents the bigger group. So we assume that, or we will see that this small group consists of whatever characteristics the bigger group is having. See, you can see in the PPT. So there are people with different color codes. So from the total population, we have drawn the sample. By that, all the colors will be represented. Okay. So the easiest way of understanding is sample is a small group which represents a bigger group. That's all. Then the sampling. Sampling is the statistical process. So it is statistically collecting a small population, a small number from the bigger number. Okay, it is not that much easy. There are so many criteria to be followed in this sampling. And what are the characteristics of a good sample means? First of all, it should be representative. That means it must represent the total bigger group. Though you are selecting the small group, that small group should represent all bigger group. Okay. Suppose you are taking for study the human beings. Human beings, first it should be representative of the society. Say first of all, male should be there and female should be there. And within the male also different age groups should be there. Within the same age group also different education level people will be there. Within that also different personality trait people will be there. So by that only, though the group you are selecting is only 1000 members, that 1000 members represents the 130 crores population, right? So in that way, you need to see that the sample group is a representative of the bigger group. And accuracy, you need to ensure that while selecting appropriate number, you should select. Because that size, right? Then coming to the sampling process, first of all, you should define the population. What is the total number and determine the sample frame. So from which group you want to take the population, the sample, whether you are confined to one thing or and determine the sample design and determine appropriate sample size also. Okay. And then execute the sample process. There are methods or techniques of sampling are there. Mainly they are being divided into probability sampling and non-probability sampling. Probability sampling means there is every possibility that anyone can be included in the sample. That is what is known as probability sampling. And non-probability sampling means you are selecting a few one in the sense as per your requirement, a selective group or like that you will be selecting. That means the possibility for every individual to come in the sample is very less. The probability is less. So that is why they are divided into probability sampling and non-probability sampling. Now let us see these things in detail. So there are certain probability sampling methods are there. Simple random sampling, stratified sampling, systematic sampling, clustered sampling. Now let us see what we mean by these methods. Okay. Then the probability sampling, as we already aware, it is a technique where the population has a chance of being selected in the sample. every unit of the population is having a chance of being selected as a sample. That is why it is known as probability sampling. So here in the probability sampling, one method is simple random sampling. Under this simple random sampling, all subsets of population are given an equal probability of being selected. So simple random sampling involves randomly selecting the respondents from a sample frame. But with large sampling frames, usually a table of random numbers or computerized random numbers. So say from out of 1,000 people, you want to select 10 people. Out of 1,000 people, you want to select 10 people. What you will do is under simple random sampling, all the 1,000 numbers you will write, 1 to 1,000 you will write, and you will put it in a bowl, and you will pick up 10 chits. Okay, 10 chits you will pick up, right? So any for all the 1,000 members, they may be there in that 10. For everyone equal probability. That means just like that you are picking up from out of that all the 1,000 people you included, and there is whatever chance is there to number 9, same chance is there to number 6 and to 16 and to 66 and to 666 also same chance is there. So that is simple random sampling. So of course, same earlier people used to do it manually, but now thanks to the technology, computers are doing it. Out of the 1,000, if you ask the computer randomly pick up 10 numbers and give, that will give the numbers. Okay. Then stratified sampling. Under this stratified sampling, what you will do is it is also like random sampling, but what you will do is you will same 1 to 1,000 you will write, but 1 to 100 you will put it in one bowl, 101 to 200 another bowl, 201 to 300 another bowl, like that you will put. Okay, and from that 1 to 100 you will pick up one, 101 to 200 from that bowl you will pick up one, like that from 201 to 300 you will pick up another one. Or sometimes 1 to 500 you can put in one bowl, and 501 to 1,000 you can put in another bowl. From first 500 bowl, from the first bowl, you can pick up 5 chits. From the second bowl, you can pick up another 5 chits to select the 10 people. So like that, simple random sampling, stratified random sampling. Either you can make 2 groups, 4 groups, okay, 10 groups, like that, and they can you can include all the your total population, and from that you can pick up. Okay. Then systematic sampling, also known as interval sampling, relies on arranging the study population according to some ordering scheme. Right. Suppose now you picked up first one, right? So number 6 came. So because from out of that 1,000 you have to select 10. Sixth, the 10 members means interval will be 100. 10 members you have to select means that interval will be, because the total number divided by number of people to be selected, that gives us interval. Now, so it comes to 100. So first number is 6. So the interval between the first number and second number should be 100, because that is interval what we calculated. So first member is 6, second member is 106, 206, 306, 406. Like that 10 members you will be selecting. That is systematic sampling. Cluster sampling. If you have a population dispersed over a wide geographic region, okay. So 1,000 people are there, but this 1,000 people, some people are there in North India, some people are there in South India. So both from South India and North India you will pick up, because they are in different clusters. Or you may collect from South India, North India, west side of the India, northeast side of the India. Okay, like that also you can take the sample. Multi-stage sampling. So multi-stage sampling is nothing but complex form of cluster sampling. So cluster sampling, that already geographic way we discussed. So there, suppose you take South India. From South India, you have to collect 50 members. Again, within these 50 members, different states, different genders, different age groups, all these things that you will include. So in the multi-stage sampling. So matched pairs sampling. In this matched pair sampling, compare two subgroups within one population. That means two groups will be male and female. So pick up from male and pick up one from female, like that. So matched pairs, right? These are all probability sampling methods. Then coming to the other one, non-probability sampling. Non-probability sampling is a sampling technique at where all the people don't have any possibility of being selected as sample. So in this, that is the difference between probability sampling and non-probability sampling. In this non-probability sampling, first one is convenience sampling. This is also called accidental or opportunity sampling. So as per your convenience, you will be selecting the people. Okay. And quota sampling. Quota sampling means you will divide the society into different groups. Say those who are government employees, one group, private employees, one group, self-employed, one group, agriculturalists, another group, students, one group. So from each group, you will select sample. That is quota sampling. Okay. From agriculturalists, you will pick up 10. In that also, male or female. Like that, government employees, you will pick up 10. Male or female. Okay, same way, different groups, different cadres, like that quota sampling will be there. Snowball sampling. This is also another non-probability sampling. In snowball sampling, you start by identifying few respondents and they will give a reference to other member, and from that member you will be collecting the data. Suppose you want to collect data from those who are doing this printed circuit boards or printed circuit board engineers. So with your efforts, you will catch one printed circuit board engineer. Okay, from them you will be collecting a reference. Okay, so they will suggest another two, and you will be meeting those two, and you will be collecting data from with their reference. You will be collecting data from others. So like that snowball, right? So here is the first person gave data and thrown the ball to other court. Okay, from there will collect data from there, and they will throw it to other court, and there from also we will collect the data, like snowball sampling. So purposive sampling, it is also known as judgment sampling or selective or subjective sampling. This sampling under this, the researcher on their own judgment. Suppose you want to know the impact of government policies. You can think that, okay, for a layman, if I ask that fellow don't know what is government policy, also how they can come out with the impact and all those things. So you will take your own judgment. By that, what you will do is those who are in touch with business, suppose budget during budget time and all these type of surveys will be conducted. Okay, so many people don't know what is budget and all. Then how people can assess the impact of budget on various categories. So that is why you will select business managers, business people. Okay, another financial experts, some academicians, like that you will select and you will come out with the information. So that is purposive sampling, right? So all that sampling methods were included in this PPT, which will be posted in the website. So the sampling method is having certain merits and demerits. The merits include the sampling is economical, it is less time consuming, but at the same time it is reliable and it is convenient, and it is also scientific, because statistical rules says that sampling is scientific and detailed inquiry is also possible, and it is an indispensable method. But at the same time, there are certain demerits associated with the sampling methods. Sometimes absence of being representative, wrong conclusions you may draw, small universe may lead to misinterpreted information, and the respondents may be missing specialized knowledge, and inherent defects are there, and personal bias of the researcher will be there, and furthermore sampling errors may take place. What is this sampling error? Let us see. A sampling error is when the sample is not truly representing the population, the total bigger group. That means when the small group is not really representing the total big group, then we can say sampling error has taken place. So a sampling error is a statistical error that occurs when an analyst does not select a sample that represents the entire population of data. Then how to overcome this? So to certain extent, we can, if we conduct pilot study, that means before conducting bigger, with bigger sample study, small sample we will collect and we will conduct the study, and with statistical tests we can understand, or we can assess the validity of the data what we are collecting, reliability of the data, validity of the data we can collect. And here also the major mistakes that what may happen in this sampling errors are type 1 errors and type 2 errors. What is this type 1 error means? Type 1 error is a false positive conclusion. False positive conclusion. Say false positive conclusion means suppose from 100 students, in order to assess their knowledge level, we are out of 100 students, we are selecting 5 students. Okay. By mistake, what happened? All 5 students, meritorious students came forward. Meritorious students we have taken. So because these 5 are meritorious, if we may conclude that they are from this 100, these 100 people are quite good. The nowadays students' knowledge is very high. But actually, in that group, only 10 good students are there, or knowledgeable students are there. But by mistake, 5 sample came. Many people, knowledgeable people only came in, is picked up as sample. Then it is not representing. It is not representing the bigger group. Bigger group is not actually that much good, but the sample is representing. It is very good. Okay, that is known as false positive conclusion. Conclusion, but false conclusion, but is positive side. Okay, same thing, negative. Say negative here, the type 2 error is, it is negative conclusion. Say for positive conclusion, we can say, we can take the example also. Say, yeah. Right. For false conclusion, false positive conclusion, you can take, suppose one person is not feeling well and some symptoms are there, mild symptoms are there. That gentleman has gone for COVID test. But the test result says that actually they don't have COVID, but the result shows that they are positive. That is test positive. That means it indicates that they are having COVID. Actually, they don't have. And same way, it may happen other side also. Type 2 error is false negative conclusion. Say false positive conclusion is indicated by alpha. In mathematics, there is a sign known as alpha, and false negative conclusion is indicated by beta. That means one person is not feeling well, mild symptoms are there, gone for COVID testing, but tested negative. That means actually that gentleman is having COVID, but tested as negative, in the sense you don't have COVID. Okay, so this type 1 and type 2 errors also create so much of chaos in the when we take decisions based on these errors. So whether type 1 error is worst or type 2 error is worst means both are worst only. It should not be either of the side. Okay, so because type 1 error, though the lot is not that much good, we are accepting it as it is good. And type 2, though the lot is actually good, but we are rejecting it as it is not that much good. So either of the things, it is worst only. So mainly in the type 1 and type 2 errors, they are very much significant in clinical testing and all. It is very much significant. So this is in brief about the data collection methods, data collection procedures, instruments and all. Okay, now important slide. Thank you for the day. Okay, this is your first week, second day of your PCP classes. So hopefully again next Saturday people may meet. Okay, thank you for your listening.